And welcome back to Monster of the Week, a special Friday the 13th episode. While we're recording this on that particular date, not posting anyway. The reason I mention it, tonight, because there will be a couple of special rules. So,
so you know, we're doing this for you. We would all rather be playing our PlayStation 5s right now.
It is true.
That's true. We'd actually love to be doing this.
I'm really surprised we aren't.
I like cheese.
So
I ate a cheese stick while I opened my PS5 today.
So tonight I want you guys to tell me if you ever roll double ones, double sixes, and I need you to make sure you tell me when you use a luck point tonight.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Double ones and double sixes and a luck point, huh?
So if that
he could have thrown in if you roll a 1 and a 3. Don't fucking change it now. Don't change it now.
Shut your mouth.
I'm giving you ideas.
I disown you.
It's okay. You're still part of the family.
I have an in still.
All right. So, does anybody want to kind of recap? Maybe we should have you guys recap what happened on your episode, and then we'll do what happened on their episode, since we're all together for this one.
You literally just watched it, so yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to recap since you are...
Oh, yeah.
You know the most about it.
Yeah, I paid attention. So, while Henrietta and Olivia were preoccupied, we were trapped in a underground or some sort of warehouse sort of deal. We were trapped by demons, it seemed, and Henrietta had been hung up like a piece of meat, and Olivia was being kept in another room where she was being interrogated and tested on to apparently become some sort of weapon for these demons, or vessel for a more powerful weapon. And Henrietta had a trippy experience as she was visited in a delirious state when she refused to eat or drink or sleep. And so she was visited by one of her old elders who taught her the ways of basically traversing the astral plane, and she was able to use these newfound abilities to kick demons out of their bodies and cause just enough mayhem that freed Olivia eventually, who was being held by what was his name? Well, there was Crowley that was testing on her.
No.
Basil?
So it was Asmodeus who was doing the testing, but the torturer was actually Alistair.
Alistair, okay. Yes, so Alistair was torturing you. Azazel was just having fun watching. He's a spectator.
Mm-hmm.
He's a watcher.
Voyeur. Anyway, so after some time, Olivia was freed, but still under the influence of a demonic presence, and tried to attack me. Thanks to what I believe was the presence of an angel, I was able to free myself, and I was able to defeat the remaining demon that was guarding over my body, and also defeat Olivia, but in the process, killing her. And as she was dying, the presence that helped me escape reappeared and dropped the telephone there like, sorry, can't do much here, bye. And so I called my cousin Roger. And then I called
Right.
Gray.
Great, you called me.
Yep, Gray. And that's where we left off.
So the other group had quite a horror-filled couple of days, filling themselves in on the same loop. It was 3 days of experiencing some of the best horror genre had to offer. And there was a 3-day loop of this. Eventually, the presence known as Loki made himself known to Gray and kind of let him know that he was basically stalling this group until their appointed time could come where they would rejoin another group. But for who, he did not say. He did leave Gray with a parting gift, a Snicker bar in his center coat pocket. And
I've not forgotten about it. Just
I hope you
for the
don't forget,
record.
because when you're hungry and all that fun stuff. But this group had woken up and decided to get back to the hangar where Gray's one of Gray's higher-ups in his syndicate decided to meet him, a newer higher-up who decided to strike a deal with Gray. And in this deal, Gray had to sign a contract in blood, and only at the end of it did he introduce himself as Crowley.
the one and only.
That's right. So you guys gathered your belongings, got into the jets. You took a flight to a very small, dirt-patched, basically biplane airport. Had a rough landing where Henrietta's cousin Roger.
Well, you said Jonathan, so.
Oh,
Henrietta could have.
I mean,
multiple
you already said it. So
sorry. Were your cousin? You know what? You've got two cousins. How about that? It's possible.
I have plenty of cousins. If you
There we
know
go.
anything about my backstory, which I will reveal later.
I'm not gonna go there. I'm not touching that one.
It's not written.
I know it isn't.
But their cousin, her cousin Jonathan, actually met them at the airport with a rusty old truck, somewhat similar to Henrietta's, and told them to pile in the back and that he would take them to Henrietta. So, now, we rejoin you guys as you are in the back of this truck and you are taking some roads, some old asphalt roads. Yeah, bumping in the back. I believe you two were...
No, she's Dawn's sitting on my lap, and Gray is riding in the.
All right, you guys
Yeah.
decided to
Wished us
all...
all in.
Yeah.
Yep. So you guys are actually all crammed in the truck. The only station that seems to be coming in on the radio is some kind of AM country station. So that's about it. I mean, you guys are seeing the sights of the Black Hills for the first time, which for some of you is pretty different, at least from the eastern side of the state, as there are actually a number of large hills, many trees as compared to the eastern side of the state. And you guys are driving down these old kind of broken down asphalt roads. Eventually, you do turn on to more of a gravel style road, and you see a sign that says, I think you said Pine Ridge Reservation. So you guys are only a couple miles out. Is there anything you have? This person, he had introduced himself as Jonathan, and being Henrietta's cousin, so you know this. So you guys have maybe about 10 minutes until you reach the location where Henrietta is.
And I'm trying to remember. So he had said that Olivia was at the sweatshop?
Sweat Lodge.
Sweat Lodge.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, oh, she's making t-shirts?
Ooh.
And Apple products.
Somehow ended up other side of the world.
Yeah.
But yes.
And is alive. Good. All right. So, all right. Well, I don't know. I don't want to. Yeah.
Don't want to.
I'm
Just keeping silent.
I don't want
to. Jonathan does definitely seem like, he's very straight-faced. He's not really conversing with you if you're not conversing with him. When he rolled up, he had both of the windows rolled down since it's still decently warm, but you're getting a nice cool breeze, that first kind of taste of winter to come, kind of rolling in through the windows.
Okay. So even though we're all packed in here, I'm going to go through and just make sure my weapon is loaded, as just kind of checking on it. And then I want to ask Jonathan. So, Jonathan, what do you know about the circumstances with Olivia?
All I know is that she's, what I hear from the elder is she's stuck.
Stuck. What does stuck mean?
It means dead. Clearly.
When
Not
has
quite.
stuck meant dead? Not quite. Okay, so...
So it kind of means dead.
Yeah, I think we're going to need a little more information.
It's not for me to describe. I'm sorry. I'll let the elder give you a little more details on that, but for all intents and purposes, your friend is dead.
Okay, but you don't know how this happened, what went down?
All I know is that Roger went looking for Henrietta, found her holding a body on the side of the highway.
Well, that's unpleasant.
It was about a day ago.
Are we going to pass by where you found them?
No, the route from the airport to here is a little bit different. They were out east, a little closer to the Badlands.
Well, in that case, how far away are we from reaching our supposed destination?
He points up, and you guys see now, since it's roughly probably about late afternoon-ish time, you see the sun going down, and ahead of you, you see a group of buildings. You're seeing a sign now that says, "Welcome to Pine Ridge Reservation." Yeah, you're only a couple of miles away.
All right.
Anything else you want to ask him?
Oh, I'm good.
All right. So then the rest of the ride remains quiet, save for the swoonings of some bluegrass country star and the ever bouncing of rusty springs underneath your bottoms, as you guys do hit a number of smaller potholes and divots in this road. But he's making time, but not speeding by any means. He starts pulling into this grouping of buildings. There's a number of what you see as like pretty poor housing. Unfortunately, the reservations aren't known for luxurious housing. A lot of them are either mobile homes or trailer homes, a lot of smaller homes that were built at the beginning where public housing was made for the native tribes, but by no means was it any kind of artisan crafts, except for as you guys drive closer to the heart of this grouping of buildings, you do see one main building that looks to be in very decent shape, and it's a larger building. It looks to be a community center of some sort. Definitely for that purpose, maybe even multi-purpose from a school. But besides that, you do see, as you pull up along this dirt road, which is now what it has become, from gravel to dirt, you do see kind of a haunting image. You see one very large teepeed tent in the middle of a grassy field with a number of smaller ones kind of set up along a circle, encamping the larger tents. And outside of all these tents, you see a number of native folk dressed in what they call ghost paint. So their faces are painted white. They have different colorations. A lot of them are sitting by a fire, kind of rocking back and forth. A few of them are singing. It's not happy tunes. It's definitely a dirge of some kind. But many of them are sitting outside of this main tent and seem to be focused inwards towards that center tent. Jonathan gets out of the truck and he says, "Wait here." And he goes to the center tent. He pulls back a flap and then just enough so you can't see inside. And he says something, and eventually he kind of steps back. Henrietta, you step out of this central tent that's been repurposed as the sweat lodge for now, where Olivia's body has been placed, and a number of your elders have been attending to ceremonies to keep her spirit from reaching a finality.
Hey, Gray.
What seems to be going on?
Really?
What, I'm dead? What do you want from me?
There goes the gravitas.
All right.
Sorry. Go on.
Close that mouth. There we go.
You always gotta keep you can't let the tongue slip out. Oof. It's just creepy.
See, you finally made it.
Been quite the ride, but yes, we tried to come as soon as as soon as I got your message, but long story. What happened?
We were taken after we fell out of the airplane. I can only assume it was the machinations of the foul demons that took us, that led us down this path.
Demons knocked you off that plane.
But we were trapped for days. It was only through the intervention of an old friend that I managed to escape. Unfortunately, Olivia was gravely injured.
Yes, you seem to have mentioned something about Olivia slipping, but...
God damn it, Gray,
They caught me slipping.
She... The body's not there, but the spirit... I don't know if I even believe any of it anymore, but some of the old ones, some of the elders that are still with us, they think there's a chance.
A chance for what?
They're trying to hold her spirit to earth. Keep it near the body that we might be able to revive her. It just seems pointless to me. I lost another child.
Well, now don't give up hope. There's always something good that could happen. Magic exists, right?
I'd like to see you do something, Missy.
Well, I actually am taking a sabbatical from using magic.
She was a little concerned after creating a tire man and destroying an FBI vehicle a few days ago.
The FBI vehicle was not magic related. It was your fault. You gave me an RPG.
Yeah,
this is
are you
point.
quiet? Can you not see I'm in mourning?
Where are the elders? Why don't we just talk with them and they can explain what's going on?
Yeah, your cousin said she was stuck.
Hold on, I have to go ask them. They rarely let women inside the tent. I have to go ask them if they'll let white folks in the tent.
It's not incorrect.
Until I go step back in.
They don't have to let us in. But if one of them wants to come out, I am full willing to respect their tradition.
I'll let them know.
All right. So, Henrietta, you go back in the tent. We'll get to your conversation in a second. I just want to see if there's anything out here you guys would like to do. Jonathan comes back to you and he says, we don't really have a hotel here, but he said you could use the community center. We got a couple of cots set up if you want to take your things inside.
That'll do just fine. I've slept in much worse conditions. I can't say the same for my two companions, but...
I mean, I slept in the backseat of my car a few times.
Well, I think it's settled.
All right. So
I don't know about Dawn.
I've been in the backseat before.
Oh, well, we found you in a dungeon of sorts, so...
Yeah, this will be an upgrade.
I imagine anything
It'd
as...
be like camping. We could sleep out under the stars.
Jonathan, points to the community center and he said the cots are set up inside.
Okay, well, we can sleep under the lights of the community center.
So,
My dead body is laughing at me.
Yeah.
so Jonathan helps you guys take some of your things in, points you towards basically a gym inside this community center. A few cots have been set up. You're not the only ones in here. It seems like a few native families have come from afar, and a lot of them are shifting on and off, taking turns, going out to the circle that's around the sweat lodge and then coming back in to rest, to eat something. They actually have, this at some point in time had doubled as a cafeteria as well. They have those fold down style tables with one of those pull down grates where they would open them up for lunch and whatnot. So that's open right now. Looks like they're serving soup of some kind. Jonathan gets you guys set up and he says, Henrietta has a corner over here. We set up a few more cots when we knew you were coming. There's not much for privacy. Bathrooms are over there. He points to one end of the hall where near an old water fountain there's a men and women bathroom. And he says, you're going to get a lot of looks. We don't normally have white folks on the reservations. So
Meanwhile, while he's telling all this to Gray and people are looking at us, I'm like waving at him and smiling and
never
nudging-
seen a reservation in her life.
and nudging Dawn and being like, "Say hi. It's
You're
a polite
getting-
thing to do."
Don, you're very awkward at this
Yeah.
point because you have definitely
Yeah.
grown up around reservations.
I'm gonna go see if they need any help cooking. Are they cooking? Or are they serving food or
Your
whatever?
fucking eyes.
Oh shit!
I just want to help out. Is there anything y'all need help with over here? I need to do something with my hands. I'm worried just to death about Olivia. I mean, she is dead, so that I'm worried. I just need something to do.
You need a distraction.
Yeah.
Listen, I don't.
I mean, I
think-
can cook. I can clean. I could provide entertainment. I know how to sing. I'm not so good at dancing, but unless I'm drunk.
I think it's just best if you don't want her too much.
Oh, that seems fair.
I can't really say you're gonna get the best treatment around here, but
I've been in much worse conditions. Don't worry about it.
still.
You've been more than hospitable, and I quite appreciate.
All right. Well, if you need anything, just give me a holler. And he takes off. You guys have this corner of the gym to yourselves. There's been a couple of those like almost hospital type curtains pulled up to kind of give you guys some privacy, but you're not private at all.
I'm confused, Mr. Gray. Was there some kind of natural disaster here?
No, we're just not from around here. So this is where they're letting us sleep for a while.
Okay, that seems fair. That seems fair.
Hopefully Henrietta gets back soon with news from one of the elders. In the meantime,
Should we pay them for letting us stay here? I just feel like,
I think that might be offensive.
well, if they're being very hospitable.
And we should just be glad and keep our heads down and be respectful.
Okay, that seems fair. Okay.
maybe try to stay out of their way.
I'm real good at doing that. Real good. But one of my best skills.
All right, so we're gonna go.
Great dog who don't ever get along. He's like,
So Henrietta, you go back in the tent. There are a number of higher council members here in this particular tent, chanting around Olivia's body. The three elders on their seats northward, and of course, your elder who did visit you, Elder Thomas Running Horse, he motions for you to come in and to come up to him. And he says, "Your friends, they're here, aren't they?"
yes, they made it finally.
Good. They will be needed.
The one I told you about, Gray, he would like to speak to one of you, probably to you. The methods are sometimes unconventional, but I know they got great power in them. They might be able to help.
Unconventional may be what we need in this particular instance. I will go with you out to meet them first. And he looks down to each one of the other elders that are sitting just a little bit lower than he is, and he starts speaking to them in Sioux. And they kind of give a slight nod, and he stands up with a little bit of creaking and moaning. He's, in his late 70s.
Mm-hmm. I offer my hand to him.
And he will grab his cane as well, his larger feathered cane, and he will have you guide him out. And he when you get out of the tent, he takes a deep breath and kind of clears the sweat from his brow. And the rest of them that are circled around, giving their dirge, kind of look at him like, oh, did we give up? And he just kind of gives them an assuring nod. And he says, if I know any better, Jonathan will have seen them to some beds. So let's head inside. So, you guys move inside, and eventually you guys see Henrietta, her form, approaching with an older Native American man. He is dressed in full head to tail ghost paint, as well as like very old like bone chain shirts. He's got a very large like shepherd's hook almost cane, and it's got eagle feathers and hawk feathers hanging off of it. And they approach you and says, hello, Henrietta's friends.
Hello, you must be the elder that is in charge of Olivia's ceremony, I suppose?
You could say that. My name is Thomas Running Horse.
Well, Thomas, I asked to speak with you because I was hoping that you might be able to give us more information about what's going on.
The wrinkles on his face kind of curl up around his lips, and he says, yes, I could. I could. I just want to say thank you for coming. You all are a very welcome sight here, even though you may not be getting that treatment from some of my people, and I apologize for that, but
This is actually quite a bit better than some of the places I've been.
They're very hospitable.
that's good. Henrietta rolls her eyes. Go ahead. Say anything you need to.
I'm glad. Yes, I would, while you're here, stay between the gym, cafeteria, and the tents. I wouldn't go outside of this area. This is become our holy site right now, but outside they might not be so understanding. This is our land after all.
Well, I don't believe any one of us here are going to contest that. We're here for you and Olivia.
I appreciate it. I'm just telling you a fact.
Right. Anyway,
Do y'all have any chores that need to be done?
she's been very, on edge with what's going on. If you have anything to keep her occupied, it might ease some of...
Well, I have plenty to keep you all occupied.
Oh, good. Is this where you're going to tell us what we might be able to do about the current situation?
Yes.
Well, I'm in suspense.
Show some respect. This man's seen more in 2 years of his life than you have all yours.
Time will tell.
He kind of smiles at that response and just says, it's okay, Henrietta. It's okay. Well, I would like to greet the bearers of the marks myself. As he says that, on each of your hands, the symbol does light up. Where normally it had only in the presence of one of the sigils. It does light up here, as his speaking.
Well, that's different.
Mm-hmm.
He goes over to you, Dawn, and kind of takes your hand in his, and he says, welcome, Sister Druid.
Thank you for having me here.
You are very welcome. Thank you for bringing the bearers of the mark together, though I feel it's still a bit estranged yet.
That's, I think, new to all of us.
That's fair. You all are very young. But I have faith in you.
It's ironically refreshing that someone is calling me.
Yeah. Same. Real life, same.
But he says, you all have a tremendous task ahead of you. But you need all your courage, your faith, and all of your friends.
I'm not sure how far you're trying to go with that, but go on.
I speak, of course, of Olivia. She's the central key in many a plan. But what path she chooses, only time will tell.
Okay.
But you will need her nonetheless.
Even if it's just to get her back so that dear friend Henrietta here can be at ease. It's not the matter of me. What do we need to do?
Well, I see you've brought part of what we need.
What?
He kind of smiles at you, Gray, and he says, I know what you brought onto this land. And while it may not have been gained in the best of terms, it is something that we need.
That's very curious. I was told that it might be helpful, but I wasn't sure how.
It will be helpful.
Walks in, just
hungry.
shoves it into her throat.
That's secure.
It didn't work.
Snickers.
But he says,
You act really dead when you're hungry.
Here,
Non-spawn.
he says, just, you may want to prepare your minds and your bodies. You will be going on quite the journey at sundown.
We are?
We rest.
Or, wait, I was so concerned that I went back to not Southern.
We are?
What kind of journey are we going on? Are we going to, like, see Mount Rushmore? Is that...
Oh,
That's
my
in
God.
the state, right?
Let's not talk about that.
Yeah, that might be a little like a little too on
It's
the
gotta
nose,
be
like-
really painful right
Yeah.
now.
She doesn't know, guys!
Yeah, it's the 80s. We just think it's amazing.
And Henrietta's being very kind about it. No, I don't mean to interject, Elder, but that there's a ceremony to try and call spirits back. I've only heard of it before, but we will need every hand on deck for it.
The other elders and I have placed Olivia's soul in limbo.
I was just gonna do that.
Her soul will be needed, and it is a highly contested one. There were many angels and demons who would fight over it. And we couldn't have that. So, we placed it in an area where neither of them could contest it.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
Is everyone drinking Monster?
No.
It was on sale at Hy-Vee.
Non-spawn.
Non-spawn, but guys, if you like Monster...
Anyway.
But will you sponsor us?
Which one?
Both?
Okay.
This one good?
It's mango.
I mean, I'm down for that. We need new supplies and equipment.
Well, I suppose it sunburns.
Anyway,
It's
Anyway,
sounded like you had a question, Gray?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
I don't remember where I was.
Sorry. I think we all appreciate your help, but what do you gain from this?
When I called you Sister Druid, I meant it. We are very aware of the elementals' path of destruction that they have been leading. They draw off the land, and they give nothing back. They take, and they take, and they take, and they restore nothing. And so, that is why they must be dealt with. Them, and then hopefully the Titans before they can be freed. However, time is against you. Besides the seal in Sioux Falls, there have been 2 others broken these past 3 days.
Okay, well, we know those weren't us.
Yeah, because we weren't there to stop it.
But where are they?
The ones that were broken in Florida and Oregon.
I'm
Wow.
surprised Florida wasn't the first one.
Right?
We went to the wrong direction
On coast.
when we were traveling.
We've been trying to get more information.
So is there 2 more?
Florida clearly is always the answer.
There are 7 seals.
Oh, yeah.
So there's 3
There are
open.
4 left.
I was trying to do the math.
Math.
It's like where my eyes roll in the back of my head when I'm trying to do math when I do damage and for in a
D&D?
D&D, yeah.
Yes, there are 4 seals left. And you have yet to meet the worst of the elemental.
I guess this is maybe not a question that we asked when we met you at the first seal. Maybe we did, and it was just a long time ago. Not really, because it was, again, only like 4 days ago, but I forgot. Do you know where the other seals are, Don?
I only knew about the one in Sioux Falls.
Okay. I think we did ask you that.
No.
Do you know where they are?
I do.
Could you give us a...
Yeah.
Maybe like
He
an
pulls out
itemized-
Atlas.
An itemized
Hugest.
list? Ranking from easiest to get to hardest to get to.
Feel free to circle. Hand you a pen.
Maybe if you have any suggestions on where we should go first.
How about I make this deal with you? You prove yourselves to me, being strong enough to be the bearers of the marks. And then I will tell you where the other marks are.
That seems fair. Are we proving ourselves by doing this journey you talked about?
It is a journey you're going to be taking.
I'm going for a walk.
Something like that, my dear.
I should have brought tennies.
What are you wearing?
Combat boots.
Oh, you'll be... That's fine.
Henrietta, he has you help him sit down on one of the cots. He kind of lets you know he's getting tired of standing. And you help him down on one of the cots, and he says, if you have any more questions, we have roughly an hour until sundown. Any questions, I will try to answer to the best of my abilities.
You should save your energy, Elder.
I'll be fine. I have the 4 of you here, and Olivia there.
Are there other obstacles we should be concerned about while we're here?
Here? Of course. There's always obstacles to overcome in life, Mr. Gray.
Yeah, no, I meant like more, as a result of this ceremony. Should we be concerned about others trying to come and stop it?
It is a possibility, yes. But it's one my people shall handle.
I have a question for Henrietta. I don't know if I'm friendly enough with you to call you Henriette. Are we friends yet? Probably not. Judging by all of the pain and suffering that that devil's caused.
That you have caused.
That devil's caused.
I'm very tired and confused. Call me what you want. What do you need?
Oh yeah, what happened to you guys? What's been going on these last 2 days? Who killed her?
We were held up by demons.
Okay.
They were trying to use Olivia as a vessel to bring forth, I think it was a Titan. And Thomas here, he helped me escape. He helped me fight off my literal demons. And unfortunately, Olivia was possessed by the evil they had been placing upon her, and she ran into my blade.
7 times.
So
Really?
she had it coming. She had it. Okay, I'm better.
No, she didn't.
No, she didn't.
Damn it, she didn't have it coming.
So
I did try to kill you.
No.
You killed her.
I told you she was possessed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it was your fault. I'm just stating some facts.
Well, it kind of sounds like you're saying it's my fault.
I'm just trying to process all of this in my brain. Demons?
Demons.
Okay. Possession. Okay. All right. So demons might come looking for us then here. Now.
Possible.
Okay, did any of y'all know how to fight a demon? How to kill one? How to keep one from attacking us? Olivia's raising her hand, which is creepy because she's
From
dead.
the dead.
It's rigor mortis.
You can definitely make traps. I've made them before.
I haven't encountered much for demons yet in my career of being a hunter. All 6 months of it.
Really, though, like, are we actually talking demons? You're not just saying...
Demons from hell.
Did they have the little... Like
No,
they do in the movies?
They possess bodies.
Oh, so they're...
They look just like you or I.
Are you a demon?
No, I'm not a demon.
Can you prove that you're not a demon?
I pull out the knife
Your
and
silver
stab
dagger.
myself.
Hey, I did that in my dream the other night.
This is a hellblade
Oh. Where'd you get that?
from the demon I killed
They have weapons to kill themselves with?
to kill other demons.
They don't like each other,
It's a
apparently.
demon eat demon world. Literally.
Wait, they eat each other too? I think
Any other
I need to do
questions?
some demon research, y'all.
You guys have any other questions for the elder? All right. So some time passes. Henrietta the elder sends you over to the kitchen to grab some soup for everybody. It's traditional native fare. There's some wild corn, some probably some bison roots in a stock. But yeah, you guys have your fill. You guys see in the tiny little windows that are kind of in the upper parts of the gym that the sun has set, and the elder finishes his meal as well and kind of puts the bowl aside and says, "If you all are ready, if you've made your peace with yourselves, it's time for free to take your journey.
I'm as peaceful as I can be.
It's now or never.
Being threatened of demons and elementals.
All right. So Henrietta once more takes your hand, and you all walk out with the elder and enter the circle, which gets a couple of looks from the people that are still singing their dirge around the circle, and even more almost gasps as the elder invites you into the main tent. The dirge that's being sung inside kind of comes to a slow stop, and everybody that was singing kind of looks at most of you, and the elder goes, "It's fine. They're here because of their destiny. Continue." Now walking in and seeing, not only by the firelight of the rather large bonfire that's in the middle of this tent, off to the side is on a table the dead body of Olivia. This is the first you guys have seen it, and she's been cleaned up, very pale. The wound in her stomach / chest kind of area is open. The shirt open to display the wound. She is surrounded in a bed of flowers, spring flowers, and there's been a number of oils applied to parts of her body to stave off any kind of flies or other pests. The elder walks back up to his higher seat and sits back down, cross his legs, and he says, "You all are ready. Take your places around Olivia. At the four corners, if you will."
Okay.
Dawn, over there. Danica, over there. Gray, if you would.
All right.
Mr. Gray, I think it's time for the item that you bear.
Reaches behind. Not the gun.
Please tell me it's a stick.
Bang, bang, bang!
Yeah.
Surprise, motherfucker!
Yeah.
Just save Olivia!
Massacre all of them. Just turns into a Torito.
Oh, damn.
Tarantino film.
You might have all been demons. All right. So yeah, grabs it.
So you grabbed the crystal that Crowley had given you. So it is wrapped in leather. You see now as Henrietta, this is... Well, actually, the rest of you haven't seen it either.
Who does?
You see as Gray produces this rough leather, wrapped parcel from behind his back, underneath his coat. And do you start to open it up?
Yeah.
Okay. So you start to unfold it, and in the middle of his hand, still kind of sitting in the leather, you see this dark purple crystal sitting in his hand. And inside there is some kind of energy that is glowing and bouncing around inside. Gray, as soon as you open your hand, it almost immediately floats over to Olivia's body and stands straight up over her body.
Like it's just floating above her body?
Yep, probably about a foot or two above her body.
Oh.
It was a good thing that you were able to obtain the key, as The other ones around the tent have now started like looking around at each other and kind of like speaking amongst themselves. There's only one way to get it into Limbo, and that is either for you to die and for your soul to be forced there, or if you'd like to enter physically, you need the key. This key is going to open the door to Limbo. You must retrieve Olivia's soul.
What is on the other side of that?
Limbo is a place for people who weren't very impressive in life. They were neither good nor bad, but stay one place for long enough, and it may begin to corrupt you. Some seek redemption in Limbo, others seek corruption.
Okay, well. Who's ready for another,
I didn't like the last one we went on.
So it's got to be better, right?
Scary in there.
The elder points to you, Gray, and towards your pocket watch that you have in your suit, and he says, you'll have roughly 8 hours in Earth time in Limbo. It's a little bit longer. Time's a little bit different there. But keep an eye on your pocket watch. You'll have 8 hours of Earth time.
Okay, well, can I set a timer on it?
You certainly can. You can
I like to
sync.
pretend you have like a Timex watch.
Yep.
He does have a Rolex too as
I
well.
mean, I've got a Rolex.
But I want you to have like a digital like
The
calculator
Oh.
watch. It's like boop, 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 boop.
Everybody sync up.
Yeah.
God damn it, Gray, where the hell did you get this?
Doesn't matter.
This better not end like Atlanta.
I'm gonna set the watch for like 7 hours.
Okay. Yeah. So it's Earthwise. It's roughly 7 o'clock now, just about to be. So again, you have 8 hours. So.
Well, I slept for 3 days, so I am ready for an all-nighter. Let's go.
Man, she's on coke.
Hi, that wore off 3.5 days ago.
She needs more.
Yeah, she needs some more.
The elder says, reach across to your friends, join hands as the gate is about to open. It's going to be a interesting ride.
I mean, you guys could actually all hold hands.
Aww. So, you guys reach across, and as you touch hands over Olivia's body, the crystal that's floating over Olivia's body suddenly explodes in this like orb of light and encompasses you, and you are blinded, and all of a sudden the outside of your skin is burning, but you feel cold on the inside. You start getting a headache and a little bit of vertigo, and then suddenly you all kind of fall to the ground, and as your senses slowly return to you, you hear a familiar voice, that of Olivia. Olivia, you...
What do I say?
What do I say?
What do I say?
You have been in this place for a really long time. Or what seems like a really long time. You've almost almost lost count at roughly 3 months.
Oh my gosh, okay. So, okay, continue, sorry.
Oh, time does work differently.
In this time, you have explored what you could of this area. It looks pretty familiar to the Black Hills, but odd. The people, the area, definitely odd. There is one settlement that you have found that seems to be safe, and you were taken in by a couple of kindly folk within the settlement. It was able to keep you decently safe. When you woke up, you were chased by a number of creatures, and you saw some buildings, and luckily you were quick enough to be able to get there in time, and there were actually some folk that were patrolling the outside area, and they were able to chase off whatever was chasing you. But you spent the last 3 months exploring what you could, because, first month you had a feeling of, I shouldn't be here. And one of the ladies, she goes by the name of Elsie Burks. She actually runs the saloon in town. But she has been kind enough to give you a room and a job of sorts. That way you can help her out to pay for board and the food that she gives you. She is probably in her early 40s by the looks of it. And she wears this older style dress. Definitely not anything modern. Looks almost like some of the prairie reenactments that you might have seen with Henrietta. And it's really strange because it doesn't seem like anybody really changes their clothes here. Eventually, after working with Elsie for a while, maybe roughly another month, you gain her trust enough for her to kind of give you some information about this area. And when it seems like she feels comfortable enough telling you, she has a chat with you and she says, "Sweetie, you're dead. We're all dead here."
What?
She pulls down the neck of her dress is, one of the taller necked, and she's got a brooch there. She pulls down her neck, the cloth covering her neck, and you see what looks to be like rope burns across her neck.
What I have seen other people who have like gunshot wounds and stuff like that.
Yeah, really weird marks. Not like at first you didn't see many of the folk who would have like a super duper apparent, and even if they did, they'd cover it up with the clothes that they might have. But yeah, once Elsie tells you about this, like you start to see it a little bit more, and it almost seems like you find another group of people that were kind of hiding themselves because they have certain death wounds that you can't really hide. But yeah, after a while, she says, "Sweetie, you're dead. We're all dead here."
What does that mean for what do we do? Are we just stuck here? Isn't there supposed to be like a afterlife?
Well, that's what a lot of folk believe in, but a lot of people stay here a long time. I'm gonna be honest with you. I've seen more get dragged out by the shadows than I have seen go upstairs.
Wow. What happens when they get taken by the shadows? Do they just like turn into nothing?
No, they get drug away from here.
That sounds horrible.
They get drugged to a worse place.
well, I guess that's. I guess there's
Alaska.
Alaska's beautiful.
It is.
Sorry, Delaware and Alaska.
I guess there's always worse places. I mean, I guess I can make the most of it. I'm probably gonna be stuck here a while, it seems.
Well, my advice to you is to stay clean while you're here. The marshal and his friends, they'll definitely bring justice down, and they're the ones who either call the shadows or they call the winged men here to make a final judgment.
So I would know that there actually is law and order here. Like if someone were to steal or someone were to like murder or something, there are repercussions for things. Okay.
And after staying in the town a while and doing some exploration, you find that this town doesn't seem to change either. Even though some modern folk might come in looking a little more like you, this town looks like an Old West town. And it kind of has that vibe. You've seen the marshal and his deputies around town, and they definitely have that Old West vibe to them.
Is it similar to like a Puritan type of society where like it's very religious based, or is it more like Cowboy Wild West where like you just play cards and drink and like stick to the law and you're fine type of thing?
There are a number of folk who try to cause some mayhem as well. Usually the marshal deals with them pretty well. You've seen one or two shootouts here. A couple of modern, we'll say ne'er-do-wells, decide to get uppity and they think that they can just do whatever they want. They, besides this town, there are a number of farms as well on the outskirts, and they'll have deputies ride between them as well. They're the ones, seems like, provide food for the town. And while most of the people on the farms, they'll send like workers out and stuff to work the farms. It's a very large patch of land outside of the city. A lot stay in town. When they come in, they'll apply a trade to something, but the technology just isn't here.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll apply it to being a doctor's or, helping stable hand, blacksmithing, anything like that. But there are a few folks who try to kind of fight the entire feeling of the place, and you've seen a couple of shootouts. Marshall always wins. Comes down to him and somebody else. He's gonna draw quickest. He's gonna draw first. And when he has drawn and shot people, they definitely feel it. They writhe around on the ground in pain, and you see him take small little like golden case that's in his breast pocket out, and you see him click it open, and inside is this little mirror, and he turns it around on them and says, "Boy, you've been judged." And you see as he points this mirror to them, from the ground underneath, you see these shadow-like creatures like come up from the ground. Even worse so than the shadows in Ghosts. They are.
That's exactly what I was thinking too.
They are clawed. They are humanoid-looking but twisted and spurned, and they definitely make you very uneasy. It's almost like you've almost seen this kind of creature before. Maybe not in all of what you're seeing now, but they claw at these people and just open this black puddle underneath them, and it swallows these people up in flames. And there have been one person that you've seen in your time here in the 3 months where the marshals come visiting him. You're working in the saloon. You've gotten to know quite a few people around here, and one of them has been this older, we'll say 50-ish gentleman. He is an African gentleman, and it seems like he works the forge every day. Does things without being told. Always says please and thank you. Has pretty good manner about him. And Elsie even says that he's been here longer than she has. But that good deeds don't go unrecognized. And the marshal stops in front of the saloon and calls this man out. And you're expecting to see like a shootout for some reason, you know? Why would the marshal stand outside and call this man's name? But he doesn't seem to have any kind of malice on his face like when he was gunfighting. He's got a smile on his face, and he will say, Donnie Houston, your deeds have been recognized. It's time to move on, friend. And you see as Donnie's face kind of lights up and he starts like crying buckets, and he races outside, and Marshall takes the same golden click mirror, turns it on Donnie, and he says, "You've been judged, and you've been found worthy, my friend." And you see as now the sky above you opens up, and this ball of light on wings comes down and envelops Donnie and takes him up to the sky. So you've seen this exactly once out of the 3 months that you've been there. And even Elsie says, it's been years since I've seen it.
Wow. It must be really hard to be worthy.
Well, we've all been, from what I can tell, either lackluster or just haven't been the best people we could while we were alive. So we pay for that here.
I definitely know some of those people. At least I did, I guess.
I'm a good person.
I didn't say any names.
Yeah, I just.
Well, over the course of... So, I'm assuming after she tells me, I still have about 2 months before anything related to these people happen.
You have about a month or so.
So, just for some, like, downtime, I would try and find some place to live, so I'm not, like, mooching off of Ellie. Elsie, thank you. I double-checked that.
Yeah, learn your, like, lady's name.
Elsie. Like... trying to, like, if they have apartments, or if like, I don't know. Like,
seems like in town, like, the inn above the saloon is about the only place that has, like, that type of arrangement for housing. Besides, if you want to go work on a farm, you certainly could, but it seems like Elsie's not giving you the lion's share of, like terrible labor that might be present on the farm or anything like that.
Yeah, I definitely am not gonna try and be a farmhand. That's just not my jam. But I didn't know if there was, like, I don't know, like a boarding house or something where a bunch of people lived, but maybe the saloon is the best option for...
And there are a few people that live above the saloon with you. There's the doctor in town. He does. There's also the stable hand boy that you've seen. He's roughly close to your age. He works the stable for the marshal, and as well as anybody who comes riding to town. You also have a couple of... we shall call them former ladies, calling ladies, who also hold rooms here.
Do they continue their practice in the afterlife as they did in their living?
You get the sense that one of them is definitely trying to break that, but the other, it seems like she's done it all her life. Mm-hmm. And if that particular calling from somebody else comes calling, which a lot of new folk tend to do, she's not going to say no.
So I'm assuming like currency is still a thing. Like it's still like you still have to pay for everything. It's not just like
Mostly everything is paid in labor or some kind of trade.
Okay. So there's not like actual currency, like coins of any kind. It's mostly just like you do someone a favor and they'll do you a favor type of thing.
It almost seems like a couple of like newer people, like whenever you do see them come in, especially if they have a ego about them, will try to do some kind of minting or something like that, and everybody will just kind of laugh at them because they've been here long enough to be like, no.
That makes sense. Okay, well, then I would help around the saloon. I probably would try, like you said, I would try to explore and see kind of the safety bubble that is this town and see if there's any weird stuff that's in the woods nearby, like any arcane symbols or anything I can ascertain. I'd also try and use my powers, not around people, obviously, and see if I still have any powers of any kind.
Yeah, you try. There seems to be an area where it does not work. And that is the roads out of town, in and out of town. The ones that lead to, like, the different farms and areas like that. In town, you're fine. Out in the woods, whatever. But for some reason, on the road itself, it seems like even your telepathy just goes blank.
Okay. Would I know if my powers or any type of supernatural stuff, is that frowned upon by people in the town? Like, would other people have, tried to hang me as a witch type of thing? Like,
you definitely get the sense that these people, a lot of them are from an older time. So any kind of spells or any kind of magic might set some folk off.
Which is why I would obviously test this outside of people's views. Okay.
And also, Elsie will tell you, bad folk that haven't got taken yet, they hide out in the forest. Not to mention the creatures that keep this place.
So I would, knowing that there are some bad people in the woods, I would obviously try and find that, obviously not approach them or anything, just have a general idea of where they are to stay away from. Yeah. I'm trying to think of anything else. Do I still have, weapons and stuff on me?
Yeah, you have everything that you had in death.
Okay.
Or in life. In death now.
Yes.
And you also have your stab wound.
Which, do I have a change of clothes that I could put over, so I still have the stab wound in me, but obviously my shirt doesn't have to have a stab wound in it.
Yeah, exactly. So your clothes are fine, but your body retains the mark.
Yeah, I figured. Does it hurt when I poke it? Can I
wonder.
wiggle my finger around in it?
Yeah, there's nothing, no feeling. And even in this place, you don't feel things like you did in the world. Everything seems kind of like your body's asleep, almost. Like
when your leg falls asleep and you try to walk on it type of thing? Like pins and needles? Or
no, half there, muted. Okay. So, things don't have the same taste. Mm-hmm. You've even had some of Elsie's spicy cooking, and it's whatever, it's okay.
Spicy mayonnaise.
Yeah, basically. Things that once gave you joy, feeling the morning sun on your skin, you feel it, but it's just there. Cool water it's okay. Whenever you take a drink to quench your thirst, it doesn't quite quench it. That kind of thing.
Okay. I don't think I have anything else I want to prepare for before stuff happens. So we can fast forward.
So Elsie does send you out sometimes close to the woods, not exactly in them. Most of the creatures that are in the woods that you were chased by, you get a sense while you're out here with your telepathy, because you've seen them lurking in the woods a number of times. They have almost one thought in their head, and that is almost a thought directed at any kind of creature that comes towards them, and it's stay inside. Stay inside.
Okay. Do I know what... I don't know what inside is, obviously. Are they so they're shadowy creatures. Are they similar to the things that are like dragging people down to hell? Or is it more just like a ghostly type of...
No, these are creatures. They're not shadowy
okay.
by any means. They obscure themselves in the shadows of trees and whatnot, but they look like almost dog-like humanoids.
Oh, okay.
They have very long front arms that if they stand up, they probably would reach, and they have the kind of backwards kneecaps. When they do stand up, it reaches about that kneecap length, and they have kind of like very long, lanky arms and this kind of like taut skin over long torso, and almost like like a black kind of fur to them, but that like short wiry hair, and then a long muzzle, pointed ears.
So like a werewolf.
No, not quite. Okay. Henrietta would know, but she is not here.
Skinwalker.
Oh, okay.
Or dogmen is what they're called in her lore, but yes.
So, would I know, do they enter town at all?
No, they will never go beyond the woods.
Can I hurt them in any way? Like if I try and like cast a spell at them or something?
There was one time when you saw them go a little bit out of the woods, and that was when you first arrived. They tried to come they like chase you, and they kind of chased you into town. One or two of them seemed like they were really bent on chasing you even into town, but the marshal was actually the one to have saved you. He was riding, and you saw him with one of those like Winchester pump actions, and he let off a couple of shots, and with a yelp they kind of rolled to the ground, and then they like got.
Okay, so they can be hurt probably by magic, if not by... I obviously can't tell the bullets if they were silvered or not, but okay. Okay. So is it like these errands that I'm running, is it like a go and get these type of herb type of thing?
Yeah, most of the time she's looking for different types of roots to brew different types of drinks and do food for. So a lot of the time she'll ask you to go find like ginger root or something along those lines. She's really the only one around here that knows how to brew any type of beverage. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the times she will make like ginger beer, things like that. The ginger beer that you've tasted, like, it's one of the only things that actually, like, kind of gets past that whole muted numbness. Mm-hmm. Burns your tongue a little bit, but kind of feels good. Not that anybody actually gets really drunk in town, because it just seems like no matter what they drink, they won't get super drunk or anything like that.
Right. Okay.
Everything in this place has kind of a blasé feeling to it.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so I will. I'm assuming I know where these, or at least a vague idea of where some of these roots are, so I will gather some of those. Over time, I would definitely like try and test the waters a little bit with these dogmen a little bit, to see if I do hurt them in some fashion with magic or my weapons or whatnot, if I can kill them, if it's possible, I will definitely be very cautious about it, just in the off chance that I need to and defend myself. I don't know how far I have gotten in this experimentation, but I would definitely try in some fashion.
So we'll say that you were experimenting and you end up seemingly hurting one of these dogmen pretty hard, and he stops moving on the ground for a while, but then he starts to like crack back in place, and you see a number of like more eyes. Now that you have harmed one of them, you see more of these yellow eyes like starting to approach in the forest, and they are being very slow, but they're also like very silent.
I mean, being as I can read their thoughts, I would have like a ping of them, and so I would have an idea of I need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, when you do see them, you do hear like a hurt them back.
Okay, I will make sure to note that.
One of the times when you are out here doing such experiments, you don't hear it right away. But there's a voice that comes up behind you, and he says, I don't think most of the town folk would like to see you doing that.
Oh, and I'm assuming I immediately recognize that as the voice of the sheriff?
You don't.
Really?
Mm-hmm. You turn around, and there is this figure, and he is dressed in black leathers, like an older cowboy as well. Not quite like the sheriff, who is pseudo-older gentleman. Long white mustache that seems to always be waxed up, and brown cap, brown dust jacket most of the time is what he wears. This gentleman is wearing black leather, and he's got a short-brimmed cap on, and he's got a couple of pistols on belts with bullets, and in an odd fashion, like one behind, one in front. But he says, don't see many of your kind here.
This is the first time I've ever seen this person, right? And I'll say, I don't know what you're talking about, mister.
You turn around and you see his face for the first time, and he's, well, pretty young. We'll say probably about 22 or so. And you see that he has an eye patch on his left eye. And he says, this old town would probably try you as a witch. If anybody cared.
I don't know what you're talking about. Like, obviously, like, I know he caught me, but just completely trying to play it off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You must have been seeing something. I was just... And, like, start to just gather what's ever in front of me. I don't know what just any type of plant. And just pretend to look busy, essentially.
He, does one of those deep spits, and he says, well, can't be playing with my pets like that. Can't be having that.
Your pets?
Oh, yeah.
These things are your pets?
When I make them.
What did you say your name was, mister?
Name's Billy. Billy Kane.
Have I heard anything about a Billy Kane?
Oh.
Billy, it was nice meeting you. And I'm gonna try and get the fuck out of there as soon as possible.
Kinda tilts his hat to you, and he, puts his fingers in his lips and lets off a shrill whistle. Mm-hmm. And you see now, as from one of the roads that leads nearby town, they weren't riding on it, but they were riding near it. You see probably about 6 others on horseback, and they seem to have this collar in like long poles that they have in between them. And he looks back at you as you're like taking off towards town and kind of gives you a smile without looking all the way back.
Is he thinking anything that, like, as I'm as I'm talking to him, as I'm running away, is he thinking anything that I can pick up on?
Yeah, he says in his head, "Watch this, kid."
Oh, fuck.
And he says it in his head to yours.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm positive. He knows what I'm doing. But I figure I might as well try.
Yeah, he doesn't say it out loud. He says it straight back to you. But not like when these guys respond to you. Like, he is forcing his will back towards
That
you.
makes sense. Yeah.
So, like, out of the corner, as you're running back towards town, you see as he, like, quick as a pistol, takes his gun out, shoots one of the dogs, and they start rushing, like, him. And he, from, like, his legs up, this shadow starts to kind of grow around him and kind of give off this black aura. And one of them, two of them are rushing him. The one that he shot is, like, still writhing on the ground, and it's trying to form itself, but it's, like, squirming on the ground and howling in pain. And you see, as another one gets close, he takes his back gun, again, quick as hell, and shoots that one down, and it just drops and rolls and starts, like, screaming almost in pain. And then he puts both guns back and kind of gets down like this. And as the next one, it's coming to him, and he's doesn't seem to be doing anything where he's, like, reaching for a gun or anything. He's just down like this, and then all of a sudden the one's on him, and he goes like this, and he grabs it. And he holds it up into the air. He literally picks this probably 6, almost 7 foot creature up off the ground, and this aura kind of wraps around this black dog-like creature, and the guys that had been riding in on the horse, they come by and they put this collar on him, and you see him smile back at you as they start riding off with this creature, not ever touching the road, but getting close enough to it. And they ride off, and as they do, he whistles again, and you see in the shadows of the tree this horse comes galloping out of the forest itself, and the horse is jet black, and it has very red eyes, but it looks like it's missing a chunk out of its throat, but it's still able to make this very creepy baying noise as it comes to his command. It doesn't even stop for him to get up, and he just kind of reaches up and does one of those things where he lifts himself up on the horse and rides off with him.
Would I have an inkling that the people that captured these wolf men, dogmen things, that they were going towards one of the bad people encampments type of thing?
Kind of one of the places you've been told to stay away from.
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so at what point did this happen? Was this, like...
We'll probably say, like, 2 weeks before your encounter with them.
Okay. So I would definitely ask Elsie about Billy Kane and see if she knows anything. Maybe even ask around town if she doesn't, just so I can have as much information about this mysterious man.
She shushes you, as soon as you bring up his name, and she pulls you behind, like, the room behind the bar, and kind of serves as her office / kick room. And she says, "Don't ever mention his name in town. Don't deal with him. Don't be near him. There's a good reason the marshal hunts him."
He just kind of jumped behind me when I was picking some roots. I didn't go towards him. He just kind of found me.
I'm surprised he left you alive.
I don't know why he did. He seemed super powerful. I will describe how he literally just murdered a couple wolfmen and strangled one. And they captured them, and I don't want anything to do with him.
You don't. Billy is the oldest thing here.
You know...
He's older than the marshal. He used to be the town's marshal.
Oh, what?
The very first marshal.
Why did he abandon his post?
Got sick of it. Got sick of all the people being ugly to each other.
I mean, I don't blame him. There's plenty of rude people, but...
He was around during a really bad time period in the real world. All he saw was ugliness, so he became ugliness.
I think I know what you mean. There's a lot of ugly in the world, but I mean, you just gotta look on the bright side. There's always a bright side.
There is no bright side to Billy Kane.
Maybe not to him.
I promise you, it died a long time ago.
I mean, he seems awfully powerful.
Just don't mess with him, girl. You see him, you run.
That's exactly what I did. I didn't want anything to do with him. He scared me.
Well, just glad you're alive.
Me too.
So, we'll fast forward a bit. There is one other nugget of truth that you gain from here. Any of the bullets that the marshal has fired never seem to be enough to kill a person. However, there have been killings. You can die here just as you can in the real world, Elsie tells you. It's one of the first rules. If there's someone ugly enough to actually kill somebody here, usually the marshal deals with them quickly enough, but unfortunately it might be a little too late. You die here, your soul dies.
So you don't get dragged anywhere, you just cease to exist?
For all I know, I don't know what's after, but I'd rather not. So, you glean that little nugget of truth, and you are out again one day, picking the herbs to make ginger root and other things, and you see something up in the sky, and it's this orb of light, and it's probably about 10 feet or so off the ground, maybe a little less than. Rather close to where you're at, maybe a couple of feet away, but pretty high up. And like you have to kind of shield your eyes for a second, and all of a sudden in this flash of light you see 4 bodies fall to the ground, and you walk over to them, and it seems like it's been forever since you've seen these people, and it takes you a moment to think, and you're like, wait a second. Henrietta. Obviously, first one you know. Gray. Danica. Dawn. All here. The 4 of you wake up and you see Olivia standing over you.
In the woods?
Just outside of the woods.
Olivia?
Henrietta, what are you doing here?
I get up and like just throw my arms around her.
What are you...
Oh my God, I thought I lost you.
We had a discussion about this. You're not supposed to touch me.
I kind of peek my head around. Hey, girl.
Hey, Danica.
So sorry you got hurt. I'll never let it happen again.
Do I remember she killed me?
Not as...
I don't know what I remember.
So,
That was a very pointed question.
when you thought about it, you definitely know it was because of an accident. You're not sure. You definitely know that Henrietta wouldn't willingly kill you.
Right.
Possessed or otherwise. But yeah, I mean, her blade was the one that sunk into your chest.
Okay. So you have your arms around me, and as soon as you let go, I'm assuming you do let go.
Eventually.
I'll say, what are you guys doing here? Did you guys die too?
We came
I hope not. The man in the building told me that I wouldn't be dying.
We came to take you back.
Back where?
Hopefully back to not being dead.
The land of the living. Came to take you home.
How are you going to do that?
Shit,
Well-
we didn't ask.
Can you get your soul into this bottle? And I hold up like an empty bottle.
I mean, I can try. I'm going to try and like stick my hand in the bottle. It doesn't go in.
Okay, what
No.
if we just... How do we even get back? Why didn't any of us ask how we're supposed to get back?
That's a great question.
I feel like after 8 hours,
I don't think our
Is that
time
back?
runs out. I feel like we have a firm time to figure out how to get out in 8 hours. Why didn't anybody ask how to get back?
I mean, I could maybe ask around town if anyone
Gray,
knows.
you're the oldest one in the group besides Henrietta. You should have been wise enough to ask how we get back.
I've missed this.
yeah.
I'm glad you're only kind of dead.
I
Not
mean,
all the way
And
dead.
then I raise my shirt and you can see my wound.
Yeah, I saw it just a second ago on your dead body.
A second ago.
Yeah. It was.
It hasn't been like a month or two?
It's
well,
been less
I mean,
than
we
a day.
literally just got here, so.
Well, see, I don't know. It could have been because we were stuck in some kind of demonic time loop where we were constantly being tormented by various monsters and horrific creatures from movies.
That sounds amazing. I would love to see that.
Well, maybe when we get you back to the land of the living, we can take you back to that haunted-ass hotel. You can
Let's
sit there
not-
alone, though.
How about we don't do that? We are on a time crunch, everyone, and I think we need to find the fastest way we can possibly get you back.
We only have 8 hours to figure that out, by the way. But that's not in the time in here. It's in the time out there. I point to the sky.
This is
And then
some
behind
Inception
me?
shit.
Yes.
And then I look really confused.
Olivia, in your head, you hear, "Boy, your friends bring the best trinkets."
And I recognize it as Billy King. We probably should get into town, just in case. I'll explain on the way.
You now feel the presence behind you, and you hear and see 7 people on horseback.
No, you made friends.
Nope, those aren't my friends.
Oh.
One of them in the front, wearing black leather, short-brimmed cowboy hat, kind of scruffy, and he is holding the crystal.
Hey, I think that's actually how we get back.
Yeah.
Wait, why does Billy have your crystal?
Well,
Who's Billy?
you know what?
That's
We had a
Billy.
really rough
I'm
landing.
Billy, and he
So-
kind of flicks his hat.
Hey, Billy, it's a pleasure to meet you.
No, it's not.
It's not?
Why isn't it? It's a pleasure to meet you all as well.
Hey, so you can keep that, but we just need it to open up a doorway to get back to...
Don't explain it.
A
to him.
doorway, you say?
Well, I don't know, it's a metaphorical
He kind of
doorway.
leans in front of, leans like down on his horse and taking the crystal, and he's looking it over, and he says, "Yeah, I could probably use something like that too."
Okay. Well, just don't leave without us. We'll come with you.
I will try and telepathically talk to you and hope he doesn't overhear it and tell you, shut the fuck up. Don't help him. He's evil.
That's not very nice.
That isn't very nice,
God damn it.
he says out loud.
I'm going to say it out loud because there's no point. Don't trust Billy. I'm sorry,
No,
Billy.
you can trust me. I'm a very.
I lean over to Billy. You
So-
have a bad breakup or something?
Oh my
Here's
god.
a good question.
Danica's gonna fuck Billy.
That's a good
One way-
question.
That's a good question too.
But how are the 4 of us dressed? That
Very modernly, whatever you wore.
just- okay.
Oh, good. I'm wearing my...
I mean, Olivia's as well.
Yes.
hmm Okay.
I got like the whole rocker chick thing going on. I got the fishnets, the holy jeans, the cut off crop top, like band tee. My hair's big.
I'm.
Are they surrounding us so we can't move?
No, they're kind of like in this V formation behind you guys.
Like between us and the town, or
No, between you and probably the road.
okay.
I'm going to step forward and say, "Hi, Billy. Was it?
Billy Kane, ma'am.
Henrietta kills 100.
I'm sure you do.
I'm gonna need that crystal back."
Well, it's tough. I'm gonna need it as well.
Can we just share it? I mean, we just really need it to get home. But after that, I don't really think we need it after that. Do we need that after that, Mr. Gray?
I have absolutely no clue.
Okay. Well, what's your crystal? That's why I was wondering.
I'm sure we don't want him to have it.
You seem nice.
Whatever it does, I don't think we should let him have it.
Well, what are you going to do with it?
Well, I think I'll regain my humanity.
That's what we're trying to do for you.
That's bad for him.
Why is that bad?
Billy, what did you say your last name was again?
Kane.
Kane?
Hey, go
Not as interesting. I thought it was going to be something funny.
Like the kid?
No, that would have been fantastic.
It wouldn't have been his real last name.
Unfortunately,
Right.
he's not that entertaining. So,
Well, I'm
we've
not
all come
here
to
for your
the
entertainment.
agreement. Nobody cares, Billy. Nobody cares.
He takes his gun out and he lets a bullet off in you. You take 3 harm.
Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. FYI, you can die here. People.
Well, you can die anywhere if you get shot by a gun.
No, I'm saying you can. If you die here, you die. Like
If you die on a point in a lot of different directions, you
Right,
die
this
in real life.
bullet rips through you and it feels awful. You've been shot, but this feels like the bullet had barbs on it or some shit, because when it finally exits you, there is what feels like shrapnel inside of you.
Keeper, has Henrietta healed by now? Whatever she had?
Yeah, you
Okay.
have healed.
I'm assuming I
Yeah, everybody would have healed.
I don't
Okay.
imagine that you should be rude to a man holding a gun, Mr. Gray.
It's not the first time somebody's pointed a gun or fired it at me.
Well, you probably need to shut your mouth then, don't you?
He spins his gun and sits it back in the front holster, and he says, "Yeah,
I don't understand why y'all just don't want to share. He wants to go where we're going, I imagine. You want to go and I point a lot of different directions again.
Mr. Kane, I understand you wish to use that crystal for yourself, but it's my experience that one doesn't stand around and taunt his helpless victims if he doesn't want something, so what's the point here?
oh, but I do like to do that. Miss Henrietta kills 100. You see, I like pouring salt in wounds. I like stabbing and then twisting the knife. That's just who I've become. That's who I like to be. You see, I want to get back to the world and show it what real pain is. You know what real pain is, Henrietta?
Yeah, I do.
I don't think you've experienced it yet.
And this is why we don't want him to have
I might have some salt on me. Wait a minute.
But I'll tell you what. I am willing to make a deal. A trade, if you will. You give me that fancy pocket mirror that the marshal in town has, and I'll give you back your crystal.
That seems fair. It's just a mirror. Does it have to be that one? I got a couple different ones.
Oh, you'll know it. It's gold, flips open.
Ooh, fancy.
Pretty fancy. Keeps it in his breast pocket.
Wow. Mr. Gray, is he your brother? Do you have a brother here? Sounds like you.
I don't...
Wait, does he? And I gesture to what Mr. Gray's wearing, just dressed like that.
About the same.
it.
I knew it. I knew it.
If anything, it's his great grandpa. Or
Oh, right,
something.
you're all dead here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be his brother, I guess, if Gray is literally hundreds of years old.
Could be.
Are you hundreds of years old?
No.
Oh, okay, good. Insight check. No.
Read a bad situation.
All right. Well, you just want a fancy pocket mirror, and then we can have a crystal back.
Yeah,
That seems fair. That seems real fair.
does seem fair. Better than catching a bullet in your chest. As he looks back at Graham.
You're not the first.
It probably won't be the last either. I'm gonna be honest with you. Sometimes I'm fairly certain Henrietta will shoot him one day.
Might like to watch that.
Honestly, you might by the end of the day if you hang around.
Please don't banter with the man who's waving guns at us.
He's nice. I like him. He's got a good spunk to him.
Yeah, it's something like that.
Where do we want to do this trade?
Tell you what. I'll meet you at the crossroads, just west of town, at midnight tonight.
Do we have enough time for that?
We have 8 hours. Is that 8 hours from now? Wait.
Have
Time's-
you looked at
time's-
your pocket watch yet, Gray?
Time's weird, right?
We just got here.
Yeah, but what time is it?
Checks my watch.
All right, so you check your watch. Earth time, which is what's still being displayed. You haven't been gone for more than a minute.
Well, what time is it here? Like, I gesture around me.
You look around, it's probably early morning.
Well, we have plenty of time. We could even get breakfast on the way.
Sure.
Well, it's late, so it'd be like a midnight snack for us. It's weird. It's been a weird day.
Daylight savings.
In general, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's for a few more weeks, Dawn. It's only September.
Fall forward, spring back.
Enough of your bantering. Do we have a deal? Should I just have my posse kill you now?
I guess we have a deal.
Pocket mirror for a pocket crystal.
Fair enough. He flicks his hat one more time at you and he says, I'll see you later. And they turn around. Whole formation kind of does this and they start right off.
He's cool. I like him. I mean, he's clearly not a nice man, but I like him. He's cool.
I don't know who that man is, but I don't think I've ever encountered someone so evil.
Well, that just can't be true. We met that sand guy.
Gray, you look at your wound now and you look at it a little bit closer and there's actually a piece of shrapnel that you can pull out of the
I think
wound.
he just shot a fork at you.
Can I try and do one of my moves?
Yeah.
So it's called Tune In.
All
I
right.
can attune my mind to a monster or minion, so I just have to roll weird. I'm gonna try and
First roll.
hone in on Billy.
All right, as he's leaving.
Yeah, I don't even know if I have to actually see him. I just think I have to be associated or have an idea of who he is. That's
Pretty good.
Right? Is that a 6?
yeah. What's
That's
6?
clearly
what's
a
8,
9.
What's 8 plus 3? I can't do that.
11.
11. Yeah.
All right, so what does it say on
I
your...
hold 3.
Hold 3, all right.
And I can spend them to ask questions about it.
All right, so...
and I get +1 on ongoing acts with him.
So you're tuning in to Billy. What kind of questions would you like to ask about Billy?
Who does it regard as the biggest threat?
Billy regard as the biggest threat? Definitely the Marshal.
Okay,
That's why he won't go into town.
that's what I figured. What is it planning to do right now?
He's planning on blackmailing you for the pocket mirror.
And who is it going to attack next?
Probably you.
That's what I figured. Okay.
I mean, it's actually good to know that he doesn't have any other targets.
Yeah, I'm this target. That's great to know.
Well, yeah, you can
Man.
focus on one thing.
Yeah.
That means he won't shoot Gray again.
Oh, joy.
Okay. Yeah. So I will tell everybody as much as I know about the town. About stay in the town.
So
It's a bit of a walk back into town. It'll
what's,
probably
what's
take
the
you
deal
20
with
minutes or
this,
something.
Mirror compact. It's
The
like really good foundation.
The name of the town is, of course, you guessed it, Tombstone.
I did not guess this, but good to know. That's an old Western show, right?
And it was also a name of a town in western South Dakota.
Oh, makes sense.
Town in.
Not to be confused with Tombstone, Montana, where the actual movie took place.
Or Tombstone Pizza.
Sure.
I mean,
What do you want on your tombstone?
I don't remember those commercials. That'd probably be a good 80s reference.
Probably.
Anyway.
Okay, so I will tell you the marshal uses it to judge people. Either literally summon demons and drag people to hell, or in some cases, very rarely, send them to heaven. So if we were to give Billy that mirror, he would have the power potentially to literally send people to hell.
Well, I think it's settled. We kill Billy.
He shot you, and he has a bunch of men on horses. I don't know if we can kill Billy.
You just have to shoot one person. You don't have to shoot all of them.
Why can't we just work with the marshal to
Well,
lure Billy into a trap?
if we're gonna meet at the crossroads, none of our powers will work. And I look directly at you. None of our powers will work. Because it's on the road, and the roads, for some reason, block powers. Perhaps he will be also powerless? I don't know how that works with him. But,
Okay, well, I have a gun and a sword.
I mean, perhaps we can ambush him before he makes it there?
Can't we just work with the marshal and tell him
So
what's going
you were
on?
saying that
I mean, he's probably upstanding.
No one is
law-abiding
saying that we
citizen.
can't work with him.
His biggest... He is most afraid of the marshal. So that would be definitely a good direction.
so you told us that Billy has powers.
Yeah, he can control the dogmen.
But he wants us to meet somewhere where he would have no powers.
I don't know if he doesn't have powers there. I know I don't have powers there.
Now, that doesn't seem to track.
Well, it actually kind of makes sense, because if he knows that she has powers, he may well know that he doesn't, therefore she won't. And he also likely isn't aware of whether or not you two do, so doesn't want to risk it. It's pretty smart. You always want to end up on an even footing where you know you have the advantage.
I am right that I wouldn't have powers there, correct? That's right.
Yeah, because, and especially since it is at a crossroads between two roads, it's probably even more powerful there.
So I figured.
It was quite interesting. I recently talked to someone who says they do crossroads.
Like
That
crossroad deals with demons, that type of thing?
That's what he said.
Interesting. Sounds dangerous.
well, that almost sounds like Crossroads have power.
Well, I suppose
Yeah,
they
probably
could.
for the demons.
Yeah.
Do we look like demons?
Well, do we know what this Billy Kane is?
I mean, I don't think he's a
I
demon.
think he's just a dead guy.
I think he used to be the marshal, and he kind of gave up his post.
So a really powerful dead guy.
He's.
I mean, a soul rots long enough, it becomes a demon.
If it became a demon, wouldn't it just go to hell?
Not if the marshal's afraid to go hunt him down in the woods, like she said.
Well, didn't you say that they only move once they're judged?
They get taken to hell when they're judged. I don't know if he can go there willingly.
But that's the soul, right? The soul goes to hell.
Yeah.
But if it's, the demons have actual souls, like a full blown demon, not like somebody going to hell because they're a bad person.
Probably not.
So that might be something to think about. I only recently had the demon talk today, when we found out you guys were attacked by demons.
Johnny found my die.
Oh.
He rolled a natural 1.
Well, maybe we should go talk to the marshal. Maybe he'll have an idea of what we should do. Maybe he'll have some ideas to help with the situation. Because at this point, we really don't have much power against Billy.
Well, how far away are we?
You are now coming up on the city of Tombstone. You now see the old Western-style buildings, the arch over the city gates that says Tombstone. Oh.
Oh, because they're all dead.
Hey,
Yeah.
Olivia, are they gonna know that we're not dead if we go in that town?
I mean, people usually...
I think I'm passing.
People usually hide their afflictions, so you'll probably be fine.
Right, loud and proud.
What I'm worried about is if we go talk to the marshal, he's probably not going to believe us if we try to convince him that we're not dead.
Well,
We can just tell him that Billy has something that is very powerful. That,
is there somebody in this town you trust more than him that might give us some advice?
I mean, we can talk to Elsie. I don't know if she'll believe us, but she's been like a second mother to me.
I mean, maybe if the marshal won't believe us right out the bat, the best thing to do is to try and talk to other people first.
I would be wary about talking to people. This town is very old-fashioned. Don't do magic. Don't cause any ruckus, or the marshal will find you before we find him.
Right, just like I said when we went to Henrietta's home, I'm really good at being unnoticed and quiet and
Not at all, but
Yeah.
all around
we
just
appreciate your
unobvious
sentiment.
At all.
Olivia, you start leading them as you guys are talking down the thoroughfare towards the saloon, and just as you get close enough, you hear spurs on planks. And out steps this older gentleman, waxed mustache, white in color, large brown cap, and duster jacket. And he steps out into the street, looks at the four of you and says, "You don't belong here."
Oh, sorry.
And that's where we're going to take our first break.
Well, you know what? He found us. Perfect.
And welcome back. So, we rejoin our posse here, walking into Tombstone, where they hear the sound of spurs on wood planks, and out from the saloon steps the marshal. And he looked at these four and he said, "You don't belong here."
I had a nickel every time I heard that.
How rich would you be?
Well, she'd at least have a nickel, so far as I've heard.
I understand we are not your usual guests in this town.
I'd say you're living.
And we'd like to keep it that way, but we have a date with destiny, it would seem. So, our friend here has given us some introduction to your little town. Mind if you introduce yourself and tell us what the rules are around here?
Well, you may not fit here. Means I can't protect you. Doesn't mean I can't bring you to justice if you decide to break the rules.
Do you have a pamphlet of what the rules are so we can abide by them?
Do you have rules still on Earth?
Yeah.
Don't break them here.
They're really loose rules.
They are really more like guidelines than rules on Earth at this point.
It's pretty simple. Don't kill.
That seems fair.
Unless in defense.
Okay, that seems very fair. Yeah. That it?
Basically.
Well, I can do that.
Well, I think now's a great time. How about you help us kill this Billy guy so that he doesn't have to try and kill you?
He just kind of
I
laughs
think
and
that
he
falls under
spits
the
and he says,
defense category.
"There's a few things that you need to know about Tombstone." He pulls back his jacket and he shows you his badge, and he kind of does this to it, taps it, and he says, "When you take the badge, you can't leave Tombstone." So it's the only reason he's still able to ride around. It's because I can't leave.
What happens if we brought him in?
That would be a hell of a sight. And I'd send him to hell.
With his pocket mirror.
Well,
Yeah, the one that he wants.
Yep.
well, we are honest.
Are you concerned about that?
No,
Well, if we are...
I've just never seen you be honest before, so
I'm honest a lot more than you think. What were you going to say, Henrietta?
Well, Marshal, we're not here to cause any trouble or break any of your rules.
you only gave us one rule.
That's the one rule that you have. Like I said, may not be able to judge you, but I can judge you.
Oh, you should get a list of your rules then.
I know my rules. Don't worry about
Oh,
me.
that's good. That's good.
But,
No spitting on Tuesdays.
frankly, we're just trying to get home.
Do you by chance know of a way to go back to Earth? Just curious.
No.
That seems fair.
You don't think he would have probably tried?
Well, he can't leave Tombstone. Doesn't mean he can't, let other people leave.
You were always the,
No.
Oh, well, see, I think that answers that.
Billy was the previous.
Well, then
Well, he
there you
wasn't maybe the previous. He was just one of them. I mean, potentially. I don't really know how the hierarchy of sheriff.
The outlaw Billy Kane was the previous marshal. Yes, that is true.
So, is there a reason why he probably wants your little pocket mirror then?
Yeah, I'd say so. Means he can send anybody he wants to heaven or hell. And if he's made deals with demons and the like, he can send as many souls as he wants down to the fiery abyss.
Demons, yes, more demons. Right. Well, so here's the thing. He kind of asked us to get it for him, which we don't want to do, but he has something that
You
we
see that
need.
before you said we're not gonna do, the marshal, his hand instinctively
Oh no,
goes
we're not,
down
we're
to
not
his
gonna do that.
hippos.
'Cause my friends told me he's evil, which I clearly believe them. I trust 65% of them anyway. But he has something of ours. He took something of ours that is equally probably dangerous for him to have, which is our way back up. I gesture around all over the place because I don't know which way Earth is.
Let me get this straight. You come to my town, you bring something worse or equal to this with you, and now the outlaw Billy Kane has it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's no saying that we brought it with and he took it.
Yeah, he stole it from us. Well,
We
fell
don't really know that
down.
we don't know exactly that it was the same one.
No, it definitely probably was the one that brought us here. Potentially. Either way, we needed to get back.
Sounds like you do.
And we don't know anything about him, so I was just wondering if you had any advice for us.
It's dangerous.
Yeah, I
The
figured
worst
that.
kind of dangerous.
He shot my friend. Well, yeah, friend is a strong word.
We know that he wants you dead and your little mirror. So, why don't we figure out a way that we can coax him in? Or at least, maybe there's a way that we can trick him into thinking that maybe we've done the deed.
He kind of reaches up and starts twirling the waxed end of his mustache.
I feel like our goals are aligned, Marshal.
Yes, I would like to see that outlaw drugged by his feet, hung from the gallows.
That's extreme, but okay. So, did you have something in mind?
I think I do. You're gonna need a little help.
That seems fair.
We're gonna need more than the 4 of us.
You know the size of his posse, right?
5 of us.
Well, we met some of them, but I would assume he probably has more than the 5 or 6 we met today.
Last count by one of my deputies, he has 18.
Oh, we probably need more help, Mr. Gray. I probably could only take like 2.
Including skinwalkers from the force that he's perverting.
I don't know what that means. I'm going to change my number to 1.
Skinwalkers.
That's right. They're the ones that guard this forest. And he points out Belong.
What kind of metal do they like?
Dropping the meta shield here. Am I right in assuming they do not like silver?
Yeah.
Okay. It's more like what they don't like. They hate silver.
What I meant. I'll reach for the gun. I'll switch silver rounds. And handgun and my SMG.
Oh, that seems like a good idea, actually, yeah.
How many of these skinwalkers does he have?
My last count, 6.
So...
It's a fucking lot.
I know nothing about them, but they certainly don't seem friendly, so...
Well, I don't think any of this seems friendly at all.
Well, they seem less friendly than the humans?
Tell you
shot
what.
me with a fork earlier today. Do you remember that?
It happened minutes ago.
Yeah. So just imagine like 18 of them doing that.
Are you assuming that all of them are able to shoot?
Forks? I mean, why not?
He was literally a couple feet away from us. Anyone could have made that shot.
Alright.
I'll tell you what. It's not exactly safe to talk out here. Why don't you go on and fix yourselves up with a meal and a place to sleep tonight? Meet me over at the jail in about an hour. It's things that I have to set in motion that I think we're going to have a little bit of fun.
I like him. And generally, not like the other guy. The other guy I just like because he was the bad guy and just kind of my thing. Mr. Gray.
Right. Well,
I said that out loud, didn't I?
you
Yeah,
said
I
all
did.
of it out loud. Yep.
The trip here seems to have messed with your inner monologue.
saying the things in your brain out loud that you're meant to say in your
I
brain.
thought I was talking to you.
Oh, nope,
Yeah.
you weren't.
No,
No.
damn it.
No, that's not how that works.
I don't know how magic works. I mean, what's magic? Witchcraft.
Just so sweaty.
Can we go inside?
Sure. Yeah, let's head into the saloon. Just curious. I'm assuming I would know this already, but being as you can still use magic next to the road, I'm assuming we can't cast magic onto the road.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can't like put a trap or something down on the road.
Yep.
Okay, that's all I need.
Mm-hmm.
Put a real trap on the road.
Like a bear trap.
Yeah.
Do you really think he's not gonna see a bear trap?
Put some leaves over it.
Works in Danica's Saturday morning cartoons. Why wouldn't they work in real life?
Magic isn't the only answer. Sometimes an Acme anvil does the trick.
You'd be surprised how effective these things can be.
I would be very surprised. So I will head over to Elsie and tell her that some new people came to town and they need places to stay and food and blah blah blah.
So you folks now see this late 20s-ish woman, and she has kind of this light brown hair. She's got very old-fashioned going on, white kind of billowy shirt with button-up brooch, high neck, and she's wearing a long skirt as well. And she goes, sure, let me, I think we still got some soup on, so let me go get you all a bowl.
I will gesture to a table for them to sit down at and go and help Elsie grab the food for them.
So she pours out 5 bowls of soup for you guys and 5 ginger beers and hands you the platters to take on over.
I'll thank her and say, don't worry, they probably won't be here more than a day or so.
They're not going to Kane's camp, are they?
I don't think so. They're just visiting.
She gives you a very odd look. Are they going to one of the farms?
They're
Visiting.
They're not supposed to be here. I'll give her kind of like a knowing, like a wink type
It's really
of thing.
overhanded, and she still takes a moment, and then she's kind of like, oh.
Yeah. I don't know how they're gonna get back, but they're here for a bit, so I'll see if I can help them. Who knows? Maybe I'll even get to go with them.
I hope one of us does, dear.
You and I both. And I'll grab the platter and head out.
Okay. So you guys get a couple of bowls of soup, and it is thin soup. You taste it, and it's rather bland, even though it looks like it's full of aromatics and different seasonings. It's very, very bland. There's these small brown blown glass bottles that are brought over to you, and they have some kind of ginger beer in them. You take a drink, and it's got a little bit of that ginger bite, but again, super duper bland.
Everything here tastes like it's got too much water in it.
That's kind of how things are around here. Just kind of go with it.
It's hydrating anyway.
Yeah, that's one way to look at it.
Yeah.
Sustenance.
Sure. Surprised y'all need to eat if you're dead.
Yeah, it's weird how normal being dead is here.
Minus the fact that you're in a Western reenactment, yeah.
I mean, it's not like I chose the terrain we're on, but I'm guessing it got put in
They
place.
like saw people's legs off here without any antibiotics. They're like knockout drugs, like they used to do in the actual Western times.
I know the doctor. Would I know if he does barbaric?
No, the doctor's actually pretty modern, and he uses what he can.
It's a barber shop.
But yeah, you know that there's not modern medicine, but then again, even like if there is something like that needs to be fixed, like even them like cutting into somebody to take out like a long nail that got caught in somebody's hand or something like that, doesn't really need anesthetic, because even if it happened, it was kind of like, oh, I got a nail sticking out of my hand. Whatever.
Right. Like, they can die, but it's not like they're going to die from tetanus or something.
Yeah. There's not really anything to deal with diseases. It's mostly physical injuries here.
I mean, it can. Getting shot definitely hurts. I mean, you can ask Gray that.
He's not dead.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Stuff can hurt, but not most things.
So,
like, I put my finger in my wound and just
Yeah.
wiggle around. It
you
doesn't.
shouldn't do that.
Doesn't hurt.
What happens if what you're doing right there happens to your real life body? You're gonna make it bigger. It's gonna leave a weird scar.
I mean, if I do get out of this alive, which I hope I do, but I'm gonna have a scar regardless, I'm sure.
I mean, yeah, probably.
And it'll be a cool story.
It will be a really cool story. I mean, nobody's gonna believe that you literally died, and then your friend literally went to save you and brought you back to your body. Isn't that cool? That's a cool story. Nobody's gonna believe you.
No one believes I can telepathically read their mind either, but
I mean, I believe you.
that's because I do it.
Yeah.
So you guys have this conversation while you're eating. About an hour passes by, and you get up and thank Alysia for the meal and drinks, and head on over to the jail. As you do so, the marshal is there, and he is just finishing up speaking to one of his deputies, and kind of in hushed tones as you guys kind of walk in, and he kind of eyeballs you as you come in, and he slaps the shoulder of the deputy and sends him out the back door. And he goes to the back door and he locks it. And he motions whoever's last inside to do the same at the door. And he pulls the blinds on the back door, and you do likewise. And he says, you see, there's a couple of problems I think we can solve for each other in one fell swoop.
Okay. What?
Getting rid of Billy Kane is definitely the highest priority of myself. And I need you to drag him back to town. He's not gonna like it. I'm not gonna lie, it's not gonna be easy unless you follow my instructions. Billy Kane is old. He's corrupted. Once his soul is relished in this land long enough, doing evil things, it will change a man's soul to be about the closest thing to a demon as it can. And that's Billy Kane. He needs to be judged, and he needs to be sent down under. And you need the crystal that he has. So we're in agreement that you drag him back to town. I get you your crystal back. We pat each other's backs there.
How do you propose we get him dragged back to town? He's super powerful.
That's just the thing I have in mind. See, I can't leave Tombstone. Just one of the rules that comes with being a marshal. But I have somebody here who's looking to, how shall we say, shorten his sentence. He leans a little bit back in his chair and he like raps on the metal bars of one of the cells, and you look beyond in between the bars here and you see somebody is laying on one of the beds that's chained to a wall. It's literally just a plank that's chained to a wall. They've got one of those old, like, scratchy style wool blankets pulled over them. You hear, huh? What do you want? And the marshal says, about time for you to make yourself useful. And you hear a voice say back, told you, I don't care anymore. I don't. Just leave me be. Marshall kind of looks at you all annoyed a little bit, and he says, but I thought you wanted a chance to get out. This gentleman sits forward. Blanket now falls off of him, and you see him sit up. He's probably in his early 30s. He's got short blonde hair, almost crew cut. And there's a strange aura about him. He talks like somebody who was born a long time ago, but is wearing rather modern clothes. And he says, what do you have in mind? Marshall goes, well, these folks here, they're planning on bringing Billy Kane back to be strung up. And he leans forward and he starts laughing. And he's like, these 5. Just these 5. That's your plan. You're going to send these 5 out against... And he just kind of, like, starts rubbing his temples.
Hey, man, we're competent. We can do it. Probably. Like, I'm like 75% sure.
He stands up and stretches, and he starts, like, talking to the sky, and he's like, you're 75% sure.
Including the skinwalkers, what do you think the equivalent manpower they have is?
And the marshal's saying, well, plus the skinwalkers, that's 12 in his posse. 18 all in all.
I like those odds.
Maybe I could take 2.
6 against 18.
You take 3.
I guess I could take.
Do you have tires around?
What?
It worked the last time.
Oh, well, it doesn't have to be tires, though. It could just be any inanimate looking thing.
And I stare daggers at you. And I telepathically say, don't use magic around these people.
Right. I answer you openly. Like, with, oh, right, yeah.
Should have thought to bring a few RPGs along. Could have made this fun.
Well, we didn't really think about bringing things with us now, did we?
Well, to be honest, I wasn't really sure I was going to get to keep everything. Or anything.
We didn't ask any questions.
It's true.
I like to point out the importance of asking questions.
You don't know what you don't know.
Say, Marshall, is there any dynamite in this town?
There are a couple sticks.
Okay. We might
That guy in
need...
the cell, is he just looking less and less confident in us as we bicker amongst ourselves?
He actually seems to be pacing in his cell, and he's, again, like there is a window in his cell, and he's, like, talking out of it. He's like, You're crazy. Sticks of dynamite against Billy Kane.
Excuse me, sir. I go up to his cell. Stick my hand through. My name's Danica. Nice to meet you.
He, like, looks at your hand for a second, and he says, not as filthy as the other ones, I guess. And he pulls out a small handkerchief and, like, rubs your hand off and then shakes it.
Are you one of them germaphobes?
My dear, do you know that you are a mass of germs? One thriving colony of germs.
I bathed.
That's all
I
the
bathed
human
this
is.
morning. I used that real nice flowery soap.
That's great. She uses flowery soap.
While they're having the side conversation, I was going to say, well, they can't have magic on the roads, but if we set a trap using dynamite, maybe we could take out some of his posse. At least incapacitate him long enough to maybe jump for Billy and apprehend him.
And the marshal kind of leans back. He's got his feet up on his desk there. The spurs jangle every time he shifts his weight around, and he says, I've got a better idea. How about, because the crossroads are a little less than a few hundred feet out of town, Billy wants to make sure that I'm able to see what's going on. Now, just because I can't leave Tombstone doesn't mean that a bullet can't. He reaches behind him, and you see that there is a locked wooden long box hanging off the wall. And he takes an old skeleton key out, and he clicks it. And you see him bring out this long, antique-looking rifle, and it's got one of those old scopes that's like basically a telescopic scope that's been put onto a rifle. And he says, I've got a better idea. I've had my men set up a little bit of an elaborate trap at the crossroads. Marked it. One of you should be able to see it. And he kind of eyeballs the three of you, but he doesn't say anything out loud.
I just shake my head. I mean, assuming we can see it, being as it's not magical.
No, nothing like that. But let's just say that if you were able to get him to his spot, so to speak. X will mark the spot. You get him there. I've got quite the trap lined up to bring him back to town. I'm going to lend you all some horses. Now, who here has ridden a horse?
I feel like all of us have, haven't we?
I took some lessons. When I've taken several lessons. It's been a few years since I've ridden one, but
Well, whoever is the most competent out of y'all, I'm going to give the biggest horse to. Little John.
All
So
right.
calling big things little.
I mean, tiny.
Small, little, tiny.
I'll go ahead and take Little John.
All right. Get him to stand on his spot. Little John will do what he needs to do.
You can train a horse for this?
Little John's not just any horse.
horses are really
Oh, is
smart.
Little John
Mr.
the
Gray.
horse?
Little John is the best horse.
Is he a good boy?
He's a very good boy.
Goodest boy.
He's the best boy.
There's a little Sebastian.
And he likes bagels.
He lets out a whistle, and one of he goes to the back door and he unlocks it, and one of the marshals, younger looking gentleman, kind of comes in, and Marshal tells him, why don't you take, what's your name?
Henrietta.
Why don't you take Henrietta to the stables? Show her little John. Let them get familiar with each other. So,
All right.
Henrietta, you follow the marshal out to the stable. And when you enter the stable itself is a very big barn. Pretty decent size. In the back, you do hear a rather deep baying noise, and there are a number of rather large horses here. And you kind of get to thinking, is this one Little John? Is this one Little John? No, he keeps leading you back a little bit further. And there's not really any light in the stable here. But as you get further back and further back, it seems to be getting brighter and brighter. You round the corner, and the deputy opens up like the top part of the door to this particular stable. And the light shines through, and you kind of almost have to like go like this. And you look in and you see something that makes you laugh at first. Just seeing it, you're like, this is absurd. You look inside and you see what looks to be the cross between a Clydesdale and a goddamn unicorn.
Pretty.
Well, when I say unicorn, I mean it is lit up and it does have a horn.
Okay. No, this makes sense. Alright. So what's the secret here?
Little John's a bit temperamental, so you'll have to get to know each other.
I'll walk up towards Lil John.
Before you start walking, the deputy stops you, takes your hand and puts in 3 sugar cubes, and then he takes a couple steps back from you.
So I have the sugar cubes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm holding them up, and I'm saying, alright, Lil John, I think you know the drill. I need to get somewhere. You don't want to go. But I'm telling you now, I'm a friend. So, will you accept my peace offering?
You hold out your hand.
Yeah.
Ken puts his head down a little bit, sniffs what you have in your hand, and all of a sudden he on your hand. And you guys from the jail hear Henrietta. God damn! Oh good, they're making friends. Now for the rest of y'all, you're gonna work with Mr. Raymond here.
This one?
The one in the jail.
Oh, you're both named Raymond, ain't that cute?
That's grand.
Wait, I thought his name was Gray.
No, that's just what people call me.
Oh.
Well, he's Mr. Gray, so Gray would probably be his last name.
His first name could be Gray too. I don't know.
Mr. Gray Gray.
Gray Gray.
I don't know his life.
So he says, Raymond, jail cell, Raymond. If you help these folks out, behave yourself, I promise that we'll send you on up. And he immediately turns in his cell and starts pulling at his hair, and he's like, do you not understand? I don't want to go back.
Why are you in here, by the way, sir?
It's a sad story, really. I was born an orphan, and, I died, I went to heaven, and no, I'm not telling you.
Oh, I was really invested in that story. I was expecting there to be a Daddy Warbucks and Mrs. Hannigan.
We got together and sang a song, got all the feel-goods.
Was it a hard knock life for you?
No, it's a hard knock death.
Oh.
What? And I'm looking at the Marshall. And say, what is he gonna do for us? Like, how is he gonna help us? He doesn't seem like he can do much other than clean some hands.
And panic.
He's very good at both of those things. But no, he is unaffected by the roads that travel out from here.
Okay. And I look directly at him. Are you special? Wink, wink. Like, and then I'll...
He, do I look special?
Everybody's special. In her own way.
Is that what your mom always told you?
No. My mama told me to sit up straight and mind my tongue. But, about the same.
Well, my daddy didn't, so...
Okay. I'm confused as to why we're talking about parents. Look. We need your help.
Look, yes you do.
I don't really know why we need your help because you seem pretty useless to me, but we need your help according to... I gesture to the...
Marshall,
whatever.
Well, you see, my dear, those roads that go in and out of town, the one that you're planning on meeting old Mr. Kane on, he's unaffected by the roads, and so am I.
Oh, that makes sense.
See,
But you're not.
We talked about the whole uninfectedness.
We didn't know if he was, but now we do.
Now we do. That's good information. You have given us information. Thank you.
So how are you going to help us with Mr. Kane?
I am quite a bit older than Mr. Billy Kane, so that's how I'll help you.
But being old.
But I'm not going to help you, because I don't want to go back.
Where do you want to go?
Are you more powerful than us because you're old?
She's not here.
Yep.
Oh, that's right.
You could.
Danica talks to the wall.
Mr. Gray, you more powerful than us because you're older than us? Is that how that works here?
I don't know. We've all literally just gotten here.
Right.
So you are going to help us, but you don't want to. That's what I'm getting. That's what you're getting to, right?
Well, what do you want? If you don't want to go back, where do you want to go?
Anywhere but here. And down. Down's a pretty bad place,
but
too.
also not up.
But also not up.
Why don't you just come back to Earth with us?
You have a way to get back to Earth.
Well, Billy does. He stole it from us.
What year is it on Earth?
1985.
He starts pacing his cell, and he's like, 1985.
Techno.
He doesn't know what techno is.
Thing.
Synth pop.
See?
How the hell would he know what synth pop is?
Yeah.
Ronald Reagan.
Well, he ain't gonna last forever, hopefully.
Well, I guess Clinton is coming up.
Who's that? Well,
He's
maybe I
a
know
senator.
who he is.
But then there's the
Oh,
plague.
he's a senator. I think I met
No,
him
he's
once.
a governor.
But then there's the war.
Our governor.
Which one?
All of them.
The whole business in the Middle East. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Something like that.
Just a few months ago, the Soviets began transitioning in Afghan.
Well, that's the first time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, but Madonna put out a new album this year.
There is Madonna.
Is she voguing now?
Are you listing pros and cons for helping?
What's that?
Are you listing pros and cons for helping?
Well, yeah.
Going back to Earth, isn't that enough of a pro?
Pretty big pro.
You know, if you don't want to go, you can stay after you've helped.
I'm assuming you can leave Tombstone and go someplace else.
Goonies is on HBO right now.
Food would taste better.
Yeah, it wouldn't be as bland.
You know, I gotta agree, that soup was...
Yeah, like it had too much water in it. I told you.
Yeah, we know.
And there is sex.
That's true. I mean, you can do that here. It's not as fun.
Sex not fun here too. Is it like having sex with too much water?
I don't know.
You have sex
How long have
with
you
water?
been here? Oh wait, how long have you been
A
here?
couple months?
And you haven't had sex with anybody yet?
Why would I?
Well, what the fuck else are you gonna do here? Your food tastes like shit.
Things.
I'm sad that Henrietta is not here to scold you for telling my little girl to be promiscuous in purgatory.
He paces back and forth, and he's like, "They got a point."
I don't know what he's gonna go back to if you don't have a body, but
I mean, he seems to know the future,
Bodies.
so maybe he can just figure it out.
All you gotta do is get some devout.
Sometimes their bodies just
Somebody.
laying around, you know, like in hospitals and stuff. You just...
like a dead body. Is that what you're saying?
Or like people who go.
No,
The ones that won't be coming back, of course.
Oh, okay.
it's not a bad idea. Then they wouldn't know the soul's missing. He kind of bites one of his nails, and he's like, "No, you all have a point. Yes, yes."
Wait, soul's missing.
What?
You're not evil, are you? I've been told that I am too easily to make friends, and I just want to make sure you're not evil.
Listen, good, evil.
Okay,
It's
more importantly, you're not gonna actually, you know what? I don't care if you're evil. You're not gonna murder all of us when we get you back to Earth, right?
no.
Oh, that's fine then.
I'm gonna leave you.
Oh, that's perfect. That's even better.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Alright.
He could be a useful ally on Earth. If we ever find him again. So we have a deal. We'll take you back if you help us with Kane.
Seems like a good deal to me.
Let's go. I mean, we can't do it now, but we can.
Yeah, he told us
set
to meet
up.
us there at midnight.
Midnight, of course, they all do want to do midnight.
You?
Is there any preparations we can do prior to midnight to help alleviate this situation?
You see him, think for a second, and he, starts going, "Is that one of you?"
You're gonna need to be a little more specific as to what you're looking for.
One of you, has something on you.
Let's see. I open up my bag. I got some things from 7-Eleven in here.
Oh, God.
7-Eleven's still around, that's good.
What are you smelling exactly?
Something metallic-y. It'll be hard to describe.
Like a gun?
No, not so simple as a gun. Sort of. Yeah, it looked like a knife. It's long, silvery, it's got a sharp, pointy end.
Long silver.
Metal all the way through.
Metal all the way through. I got a sword.
No, not a sword. It's probably this long.
My sword's longer than that.
Do any of us recognize the description as anything? Is that something that Henrietta might have?
Are you okay, Gray? You keep looking around like
Is that
you're
something you
concerned about
have?
something.
What's your point?
It's gonna be really useful if I have that.
Yeah. I don't think I'm that trusting of you yet.
What is it?
He literally just described it.
No, I'm gonna read your mind. I want to know what it is.
You literally just described. It's a fucking.
What's it called? I don't know what it is. Is it like a harpoon or something?
It's one of the angel daggers.
Oh, I don't.
Have you
I don't
seen-
know about that.
have you
A
seen
flaming
a
sword.
meta shield down. Have you seen this? Have you seen Supernatural?
Yeah.
It's like one of the angel daggers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Obviously, Olivia doesn't know anything about it.
Yeah, neither do I, but...
Manage to go back up?
Now there's sound effects.
Oh my gosh, I can't.
There are now sound effects.
Yeah, I like that better.
What? Why do you want that?
Let's just say that I can use it to its full extent. Might give us an edge over Mr. B.B. King.
So are you saying you can't do it without it?
Oh no, I can still do it without it, but I can do it better with it.
He's our ally, Mr. Ray. You got something that's gonna help. You only have so
He
many
said he
hours.
can do it without it.
But it'll be easier with it. Why would you not want to make things easier on our new friend?
Because we don't really know him entirely.
He said he wasn't going to murder all of us, and I trust him.
Oh, do you really always take people at their first word?
He's got a point.
Should I take them at their second word?
Literally.
Okay, I'll try to be less trustworthy, but only slightly.
No, you should be trustworthy, but less trusting.
Oh, I see. Yes, that makes more sense, yeah. You really aren't going to kill us, though, right?
I could give a shit less about you.
Now I trust you.
That was probably the most honest thing I've heard anyone say in a while. I
Now give him your
appreciate it.
sharp, pointy thing.
Are you actually going...
He like looks down at the marshal and is like, "Are you gonna open this up? I think we've come to an agreement here." And the marshal just kind of rolls his eyes and takes his skeleton key, and you see a click of a lock. But for those of you that are trained or have a high weird, you see when he unlocks the jail cell, there is a number of runes, magical runes that actually like depower within the cell itself. And he steps out of the cell and he starts stretching and he's like, "Oh, that's better. Yeah, been a while since I've been outside."
So now that you're out and we're working together, what is the plan? How can we help you facilitate this?
Sure. So, I think what my plan is we use the bait to get him to stand on whatever mark that the marshal has. And, Marshal, what's the rest of the plan? The marshal just kind of goes, get him to stand on the mark. Little John is going to be tied with an invisible lasso. The lasso is going to be tied to the rope that is hidden underneath the crossroads. Get him to stand in the mark. Little John will do what he does best. But y'all are going to have to deal with his posse. Once he's in it, whoever's riding the horse, Miss Henrietta, she's going to have to beat ass back to town. Now, I can provide cover once you guys get close enough to town. Soon that.
Goodness.
Better.
I'll be up in the bell tower of the church, and I'll provide cover from there.
So we'll have to fight our way through the minions to get him back.
You don't have to kill him. Just gotta keep him from running away. Sure that Cain can't leave the crossroads. Force him onto the mark, but that's kind of what Raymond's for. If shit goes sideways, should be able to force him. Right? And Raymond goes, probably.
What was your name again? I'm talking to the prisoner, not the marshal.
Oh, I guess everybody here calls me Raymond.
just Raymond?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Raymond. Do you have a way to make something look like the pocket mirror thing so we can have like a decoy to give? I mean, we could try something, but it's not going to take effect once we're there.
I'm not really into that tricksy stuff.
Okay.
I mean, if you all have magic, I mean, and he like puts earmuffs on the on the marshal, and he goes, "You guys can use magic, right?" Oh, wait. You guys can use magic, right?
Yeah, but it won't.
What?
No.
Witchcraft?
It won't work once we get to the crossroads, right? Like it'll dispel the magic, I'm guessing.
It will, but if he sees you guys coming with it, I mean, you guys could pretend to slip it back in a pocket.
It's true. I'm assuming I could. I don't have.
Like a little illusion spell, you know, the whole brick.
I know it doesn't say it on the list, but I will allow you to do small glamours.
Okay. That I mean, I was looking for something similar, but
Yeah. Small glamours I will allow.
okay. I will definitely take one of your mirrors that matches, that looks similar enough to
Oh
it.
yeah, I hand you my CoverGirl compact.
Perfect. And I will glamour it to look gold, just like the marshals.
And the marshal takes it out, and very carefully when he like unfolds it, he points the mirror down, like towards his desk and not at any of you. Just so you can look, because there are some small etchings and engravings. Looks to be some sigils that are marked within the gold, like in a very fine etch, almost unnoticeable. He's like, make sure to get all the details.
I will do my best. Do you want me to roll use magic?
Can I help out?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll your help first.
Help. Help.
Hey, don't do any of them weird rolls, remember.
Roll.
I can't
cool.
help it.
We don't want to find out.
But don't you, though?
I actually do look right now.
Cool is not good on a 10 okay.
I don't know, it sounded pretty scary.
This is the second roll we've had all night, so 6.
Okay, well, I still failed.
Oh,
It's only 6.
so it doesn't give me anything.
You get nothing, but I opened myself up. Wait, no, I did. Wait. On a 7 to 9. There's no option. On a 7 to 9.
Yeah, nothing happens.
Nothing happens. I don't help you.
Oh, okay, well, thanks for not helping.
I'm like trying to tell you how to do
Hey,
it.
it's gold.
And
Remember.
Then, yeah, right.
She completely glosses over any of the etchings, and she's like, it's just solid gold. Just fucking do it.
Double 6s!
Fuck. No.
I don't know if that's good or bad, but it's double 6s.
It's good, but it's bad.
I didn't think we'd actually hit this, so I want you to roll a third die.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
Here, you have...
Oh, here, give me one. It's a 1!
It's a 1.
I would have pooped if it was a 6.
Yeah, me too. A 66 man.
So the bad outcome would have come if you would have rolled another 6.
Oh.
So
I definitely would have pooped.
you would have pooped, because something really bad will happen if any of you do roll 3 6s
Well,
tonight.
at least he's warning us
That
now.
makes sense.
But for 2 6s, as you are focusing your magics to glamour this CoverGirl compact,
It's easy breezy and beautiful.
it is. As you're focusing your
sponsor.
magics to glamour this compact to look like the marshals, you get really close to the real thing, like so well, in fact, that you catch a glimpse of the CoverGirl mirror, and for a second there, like, you think that you may have almost accidentally copied the mirror on it as well.
Okay.
And you catch
Send yourself to hell.
you catch a real glimpse of your soul and all the damage that had been done to it throughout the year, and it scares you, it horrifies you. You lose a luck.
Shit.
You should not have drank all that new Coke over the 3 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, I did double check. New Coke is gone because it is September.
Oh, okay.
Thank
Good.
you, Coke, for doing the right thing.
Coke is like, what? You want new Coke back again? 2021, new Coke.
The marshal leans forward quickly and slams the compact shut. He says, "A little too far, miss."
I wasn't trying for anything that
Hey,
specific.
you're getting real good at enchanting.
I mean,
It's a glamour.
yeah.
Not enchanting.
Yeah.
Well, you glamoured it so good, it almost enchanted it.
I mean, I can enchant weapons. That's a thing I can do. But I did not plan on making it that close. Let's just... And I put it in my pocket, like, straight away. And I definitely have, like, a grimace on my face as I do. Like, shit. I did not mean to make it that good.
Hey, that means it'll be more believable.
I mean, yeah, but it works. That's the thing.
Oh, you made it. Oh, that could be bad.
In some fashion, it works.
You can remove that glamour, right? Because I wasn't all the way done with that compact yet.
It'll disappear once we get on the road. Don't worry about it.
Oh, good.
Will it?
Yeah, I mean, that's how magic works on the road, as far as I know.
Does it disappear completely, or does it just pause it? Like, will it
Would I
resume?
know if it...
Seems like any magical effects dissipate on the road.
Okay.
Any that you've tried so far, anyway.
Okay, well, I guess we'll find out.
Oh, dear.
Henrietta, you catch a couple bites on your hand, as well as some headbutts and some kicks, and you almost get stabbed in the eye, but eventually...
God.
Eventually, you and Little John come to
Captain.
a compromise, and eventually the deputy makes his way in and starts to saddle up Little John.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "All right, now," and he picks something up off the wall. It looks like he's miming something, like, because he picks something with heft. Like, he's either a really good mime and he's bullshitting you, or there's something in his hands that's invisible. And he says, "This is."
Did you get XP?
Oh, yeah, I failed.
Okay.
He says, "This is the lasso. It's invisible. Now,
Oh, okay, Wonder Woman.
what's a Wonder Woman?"
Nothing. Go ahead and hand me your invisible lasso.
Puts it in your hands, and you're like, "Oh
Is it an
shit!
invisible jet, too?
Guess there's a unicorn and there's an invisible rope in my hand now. Shit's weird here."
All right.
He says, "Once you get close enough, just toss it onto the road in the middle. It'll do what it needs to do, and then take off back for here."
Okay.
Well, let's see if he'll let you get on top of him now.
Okay. I sling, or I try and attach the rope as best I can to the back of the saddle, and
I mean, there's definitely like a
a loop
loophole for you to put it on.
And I put a foot in the stirrup
All right.
and try and swing my leg over.
He starts bucking you just a bit as you're almost on top there. Why don't you go ahead and roll me an act under pressure?
Worst one. Ooh, that's a 3.
3? All right.
Almost double one.
So, with a 3, yeah, you do get XP unless you'd like to use a luck.
Nah.
So, John doesn't seem to be liking you much, even though he stopped trying to stab you with his horn. You had a few good moments there. He bucks you again and again as you get your foot in the stirrup. he kind of comes back and tries to hit you with the horn, but luckily the stall is too small for him to be able to get his horn around.
Here's what I want to try and do.
All right.
I want to try, as he's trying to, like, stab me, I want to reach out and grab that fucking horn and yank it down and say, now you listen here. We are trying to nab the baddest desperado that ever existed. And you are my steed. Now, are you going to charge in the name of good? Or are you going to be a little pissant?
So why don't you go ahead and, we'll say, let's have you do a manipulation. And I will also, since you've got a hold of him by the horn, I'll give you a +1 forward on it.
All right. So manipulation and,
So that's plus your charm.
well, okay.
Plus the 1.
With my fervor, when you manipulate someone, roll plus tough instead of plus charm.
There you go.
Okay, so my tough is 2. You gave me a +1 for 3, and then that is an 8. So that is a 11.
All right. Yeah. So eventually, like, his eye that is, like, on your side there kind of looks at you, and suddenly there's an understanding between you two. Maybe not a like, but an understanding. And pulls
That's
his,
how I live my life.
pulls his head back forward, and you try again, and he doesn't buck you this time.
All right. Would you please go forward?
And he does so.
All right.
So you ride Little John out in front of the jail cell. You guys, now speaking with each other, look out and you see gruff, rough Henrietta now sitting atop a unicorn come riding in front of the jail cell.
Is that have I seen the unicorn before, or is this brand new?
This is brand new. You have not seen Little John before.
Well, that's new.
Yeah, you can say that
I
again.
guess that's Little John.
Well, like I said, little.
Yeah,
Always got to be big.
and a unicorn.
Yeah, that is
I never knew they existed. Guess only in Limbo. I mean, Tombstone.
right.
You
I'm really disappointed.
So-
that I
look
didn't
and you see
volunteer.
Raymond, and he's just kind of like blinking his eye and like, what? And he's like, thought they were hunted to extinction. Huh.
That boy is big. I think he would be the one making other things extinct.
Probably did, and that's probably why he's here, actually. It's not a bad call.
Well, you two seem to have gotten acquainted over there.
We had a talk.
I really wish I would have volunteered to ride it. You are such a handsome, majestic creature.
Thank you.
I'm talking to you, Henrietta. I'm talking to Little John. Mr. Little John. Sir Little John.
He, like, lets a big snort out of his nose, enough to, like, push the dirt in a big cloud.
He seems friendly.
I like him.
Can I read his mind, or is that not a thing I can do?
You try to telepathically link with this being, but there is a consciousness, like, above yours. Like, there's too much going on in his head, and it, like, you have to kind of pull back from trying to read his consciousness because it's almost like a screaming signal in your ear.
That wasn't fun.
Does it sound like the most annoying sound in the universe?
You guys remember the
More like a high-pitched ringing is what it
you guys
sounds
remember
like.
the mosquito phone alarm?
Yes.
Yeah. Like that?
No, it's more like a high-pitched ringing noise.
Oh, like
yeah, tinnitus times 10.
Tinnitus.
Tinnitus. Oh.
No.
Did we just become best friends? Yeah. But then you see Raymond like shake his head and he's like, "Yeah, I agree. I know. Right? What are we both doing here? I don't understand it." Anyway.
Conversation?
Yeah, can't you? Oh.
Can you tell him he is awesome? I bet he already knows he's awesome.
He already knows.
He probably
he's
actually
awesome.
understands me. I just can't understand. You are awesome. I will never see anything cooler than this in my entire life.
If we're done talking with the crazy man and the unicorn, I think we have a date.
With Destiny?
Oh my god.
Oh, that's Billy Kane.
With Billy Kane.
Billy Kane.
Oh yeah. Well, not until midnight though. It's only like, I mean, we just ate breakfast, so
You didn't eat breakfast. You just had like some soup.
Yeah.
we had soup, but it's early still. Isn't it early? What time is it?
No, it's pretty late now.
Is it?
Time goes very quickly.
flies in Tombstone.
Time is weird
What
here.
time is it on the
What
watch?
time is it? What time is it at home?
I'll check the watch.
So about 3 hours have passed.
Oh, we got 5 hours.
So a few more horses, regular horses, are brought along, saddled up, and tacked for the rest of you to ride, as well as an extra one for Raymond. And you all start to mount up, and the marshal goes, "Again, get him to town, and I'll help do the rest." And he takes his long rifle and he starts heading up towards the tower. Raymond stops you, Gray, and he says, "It's coming from you, isn't it?" And he like sniffs all like
Yeah, I think we've
not
already
even any
established
personal
I've
space.
got the weapon you're looking for.
It's going to be a lot easier if you hand that over.
You've said that.
Yeah, I said that.
Yep, and I explained to you that I still don't quite trust you enough.
Fine.
It's
Fine.
like,
Can I tune into him? At least try to?
You certainly can.
I like how right now this is just Josh.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Fine. Be that way.
he's really hard to live with.
That's a 10.
10?
So let's hold 3 again.
Hold 3 again? Okay. What are your questions?
What is it planning to do right now? Specifically in this interaction.
In that interaction?
Yeah, like...
So he's definitely trying to get something from Gray. You're not able to tell what, but Gray definitely has something that he wants.
I mean, you kind of know what it is, because we already talked about it a little bit.
Vaguely.
Yeah.
Out of character.
No, we talked about it in character, didn't
Well,
we?
he did kind of give you description.
Who does it regard as the biggest threat?
You try to get a read off of him, and he doesn't regard anybody here as a threat. Maybe the marshal, but even then it's like, eh.
Like, the mirror could be potentially, like, bothersome to him, but not, like... Okay. And then, who is he gonna attack next?
You definitely get a sense that he wants to deal with Kane, just for his own ends meet.
Okay. Good to know. I didn't know he was, like, gonna try and attack.
No, Gray.
No, he seems pretty flippant and just kind of like, fine.
Oh, okay.
Gray, hey, you know how you told me I shouldn't be as trusting as I am? Maybe you should try to be any kind of level of trusting at all.
We literally just met him.
Okay, but he's going to help us so we can get home. So maybe you should give him a little bit of leeway on trust here.
We don't have enough time for me to explain to you why that doesn't mean that we automatically trust a person.
But
how about we just get along the way, and we'll figure it out as we go.
You can always just throw it to him at the right moment, right?
you can just take it from him. Also.
Are you talking to Raymond? It's like, see, but if I take it, then he doesn't trust me.
He's not going to
doesn't
trust
trust
you.
you.
You could suck his dick. He still wouldn't.
I mean, I don't know.
Experience?
I don't know if that would give anyone necessarily a trust. I mean,
Very
There's
trusted.
still teeth.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm just saying that he's never going to trust you because he don't trust any of us either.
I mean, yeah, sure, I can see that. I mean, the him not
Thank
trusting you thing.
I mean, fair. It is fair. I'm just telling you, you're not going to get that weapon from him unless, maybe he's threatened and in danger, and that's the only thing that will save him.
Okay.
Food for thought. Food for thought.
So we head to the crossroads.
All right.
It's about time.
Are you mounting up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you, very careful, for you, Olivia, to skirt the road a little bit, just because you have the glamour on you. But the rest of you ride on the road, and those of you actually versed in magic, you do feel this, sluggishness to you where, you try to reach out for your magic, and it's just not there.
I don't like this.
I'm going to
You're
ride over
fine.
by Olivia.
Does it come back as soon as they come off the road, or okay. I didn't know if it was there was a refractory period or something.
Yep. So they step off the road, and you immediately feel your magic come back to you.
It's kind of what it felt like when I was on drugs. Well, except for my magic worked still, but it was really dangerous.
It's dangerous when you're not on drugs.
That's true. That's true.
Alright, so you guys ride along, and takes you a little ways out of town. You're still within eyeshot of Tombstone. The moon has come up, sitting in the middle of the sky, and you see a number of torches up along the crossroad. There is one tree that is on the northwest side of the crossroad, as you guys are coming up on it from the east. And underneath the tree, coming from the west, is, of course, the posse of over 18, including 6 skinwalkers in collars.
God, he brought his whole family with him.
Oh man, a shame we'll have to end a lineage.
Ooh.
I think I'm gonna pull up to the middle of the crossroads and then turn it so that the side that the rope's on is facing away from them.
Okay.
And then casually just undo the strap just enough to let the loop of the lasso down.
All right. So yeah, you feel the weight give out as you give a little bit of extra rope. It doesn't hit the ground. You're careful about that, I'm sure, to not give anything away.
Mm-hmm.
You don't see Billy Kane here right away. You just see as the posse's kind of smiling at you, and you get a couple of. This is the first time you've heard of the lore of skinwalkers. You are now seeing it for the first time, Henrietta, as well as the rest of you. These long, lanky, humanoid, dog-like people. Again, really long front arms, claws on the end, the backwards-facing kneecaps, dog-style feet, that black kind of skin with, wire hair. as they kind of growl and snap at you as you approach.
You don't have any silver, do you?
I have silver bullets.
Okay.
Yeah, we all should have a few. Finally,
I couldn't remember if you were.
I don't think I do.
do.
I don't think I ever got any. At least I don't have it like written down or anything that I got any.
My other character's not having me still live.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you see Raymond, like, as the dogs, the skinwalkers are, like, growling and snapping, he starts, like, growling and snapping back at them.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of them look confused.
Playing along, huh? I like it.
Oh. Got some great ones.
Oh, look, our Raymonds are getting along.
Everybody loves Raymond. Yeah.
So, dogs, where's your master?
One of them speaks up and says, "Oh, he'll be coming soon. Don't you worry about that.
Who's worried?
You will be."
It's weird that they talk, right? Nobody else is
Right.
thinking this.
I mean,
It's not the actual dogs.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm thinking Henrietta's probably calling everyone a
Oh.
dog here. Yeah.
Sure.
And so one of the posse spoke up. You see as their hands are on the grips of their guns, not too far from pulling it.
Can I stop it in the arm. Can I would like to yell at my cat. Can I roll to yell at my cat? Can I read? Where's my paper?
Read a bad situation.
Yeah, because I just I wonder if they've also set up a trap for us, kind of thing. Where's my paper?
I actually was
stole it.
kind of wondering. Am I able to help, or do I do my own?
Go ahead and roll your 2d6.
But I want my paper.
Do help out, I think.
Yeah.
Or okay,
That's cool. So we've got some cool.
yeah. I mean, I kind of wanted to
Okay, it's plus sharp. That's what I wanted to know.
do
what
this
was
too,
plus.
because I mean that's a thing.
Hold on a sec. As Mr. Gray kind of
Sees you looking around.
sees you kind of looking around, and he starts to scan too as he pulls his horse up to yours. Go ahead and roll for your help.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Almost all sixes.
Let's see. What is all of my plus?
I mean, it's over 10.
Yeah, but I
I want
want
you
to
to
know
know
the
that I
number.
already get anxiety when I roll dice in this game, and you've heightened my anxiety.
Good.
I mean,
You're not going to be so happy when you go to sleep with the cats.
It's 13.
I like him. Ooh.
Oh.
You rolled a 13, huh?
Yep.
Josh should have made a
On
roll.
Friday the
Josh should
13th.
have made a roll for
It's the
that.
14th now.
it
It
is.
is the 14th now.
Oh, well, still.
Aw.
It's
Aha! New rules are not in play.
too bad.
We haven't gone to sleep yet.
Yep, it's Super 13th.
And now everyone watching knows that we play really late at night.
Right.
Couldn't have already.
Yeah.
You
They
can tell
couldn't
by
have
this.
noticed that.
We're yawning.
So, you get a +1 to your roll.
Okay. What is it? Plus sharp? Okay. Oh
Nat ones.
Double ones.
Yeah.
Snake eyes.
So
no!
what?
So that's a 4.
You get an XP at least.
Yay!
You do get an XP.
I mean, you
Can't
could
do
also
anything with
use
the
a
XP
lot.
if I die. No, I'm not using a luck.
Why not?
I mean, now is a good time to make sure that we're not going to get fucking ambushed.
I mean, you might
No,
automatically lose.
I'm not gonna use a luck.
You might automatically lose a luck
Yeah,
because
but then
I lost a luck.
I'm gonna lose 2 lucks, and
Yeah.
I've already used 2 lucks.
Oh well.
So I'm not gonna use a luck. I'm just, I'm looking, I'm scanning around, and I'm looking, and I'm seeing what's going on, and then out of the corner of my eye, I see this majestic fucking unicorn, and I just get so distracted and just stare at it.
Pretty studly horse.
I just think oh man, I really want an action figure of him. Yeah, so what happens to me? with my double ones on fucking...
It's sad about the 13. Just
You were mocking the rules just a minute ago.
Yeah.
We were all mocking it.
I wasn't mocking it. I wasn't having anxiety by it.
So, just remember, mark down somewhere that you roll double ones tonight.
This is carryover anxiety.
I
Josh is like,
rolled
yes.
double
We didn't think it was gonna happen. They both happened.
one.
I'm surprised. I didn't think they'd come up because, like, the chances of rolling, like, double digits is pretty slim.
We've been role-playing most of the night. Like,
That, too.
the couple times we roll dice.
I mean, something bad happens to me too, because what's the thing that happens when I roll poorly on those?
Well, we shall find out here. Okay, so, situation looks pretty good, even though Kane's not even here.
This is good. This is good. This is good for us. It's good. We're gonna do good. We're good. It's good. Yeah.
You see as Danica, like, stops scanning the area, and she, like, stares at the unicorn.
And then I look back at you, like my eyes are huge and like sparkly, and I'm like, I really want a stuffed unicorn plushie now. You think that they have a gift shop here?
what?
Should you give her more drugs?
No.
Yes.
From the north
All
side
that
of the
sugar I
road,
put on my cereal this morning.
you guys hear a really deep growl.
Oh no.
The approach of very, very heavy footsteps. On top of seemingly nothing walking forward is Billy Kane. Seems to be riding something that's not even there. But you hear this low growl like a dog, like a giant mastiff. You see footprints in the dirt, and the paw size is huge. And he stops just short of the crossroad. And he looks at you, Olivia. And he says, "Did you bring it?"
I pull it out of my pocket and shine in the moonlight so that he can see it's gold and it has all the inscriptions and whatnot. I don't open it, but I say, "Yeah, I got it."
Right. Why don't you shine it on one of those boys over there? And, like, they're all like, "What?"
On one of his posse?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do I know if I have to be close to them to do, or can I just shine it from where I'm at?
You're not too far from them. They are just on the western side of the road. None of you have entered, like, the middle of the road just yet, except for Henrietta, who kind of went in a little bit and turned Little John to the side.
I will flash it open in their general direction. I mean, I don't know if I'm pointing it at necessarily at one of the dogmen or one of the posse, but
It's your choice.
I will do it to one of the dogmen.
One of the dogmen? All right. Go ahead and roll me a use magic
Oh, okay.
with a +1 forward.
Okay. So it'll be 10 plus 3, 13.
Should have made a roll for 13s, I guess.
13's, yeah.
Yeah, so you open the compact, and even though you got scared and you thought you might have finished the glamour like before anything, there's a little sliver of the mirror that definitely works
Oh, shit.
like the original mirror. And you see now, as all of you can see, in this moonlight, a creature comes up, a shadowy creature comes up from the ground underneath this skinwalker and grabs the skinwalker's leg, and it starts to like try to fight against it, and it starts like shrieking, and you hear those high pitched dog sounds like a dog getting beat, if you will, and it starts getting, you hear the crack of bone, and it starts like getting pulled down into the shadows until there's nothing there.
positively terrifying.
Positively.
You hear as Billy Kane just starts clapping his hands, and he says, I didn't think you had it in you, to be honest with you. I was expecting a fight.
I just am like staring at everything that just happened with my mouth hanging open. Because I didn't know that that's what it did. I've never seen that.
That's true.
And I say,
And you know that this isn't the original
I
product.
and as I'm staring at the spot where a skinwalker uses to stand, I turn around and say, in your end of the deal?
He opens up his jacket, points to the crystal. It's here. So who we sending to make this deal?
Would I know if Henrietta has to stay next to the area of the trap in order for it to activate? Or could she potentially...
She knows that she needs to be within, like, throwing distance of this short-ish rope. Probably have about 3 to 5 feet of rope on him. So you need to be pretty close. But getting off the horse is a bad idea.
I will put the compact away in my pocket and walk over to her, so it's close by where the trap is, like standing, assuming right next to the trap, and I'll say...
But you're standing off the road, right?
Yes. And I'll say, come get it. I'll give it to you. Assuming that geographically he will cross the threshold of said trap if he were to come close to me.
I think we should meet in the middle of the road there, don't you?
Why? Are you scared?
Not scared, just making sure that it's a fair deal.
I mean, what's not fair about it? You saw it work just fine. So, why don't you come take it?
Oh, I will. Send somebody out with it. And I'll come get it myself.
Why don't you make me?
I just like look at Gray. Just like stare like
Can I roll to manipulate him?
Sure.
So I plus 1 charm, so that's something.
like the meme of the owl that is like it's just Danica this entire time.
That's
what
real
is it?
bad.
What is it?
Well, I rolled a 3.
Aw.
No,
this is a really good time for a luck.
No way. I already burned one tonight.
This is a really good time for a luck.
I do get an XP. That's awesome. But
Oh yeah, did I mark XP for my?
Yeah, because that reminded you to him.
Yeah, I did. Yeah. Oh, for my, but I failed another time.
So I'm trying to antagonize him, obviously.
Sure.
But I fail horribly.
And he kind of smiles and he says, yeah, no. I think to be fair to all sides, we should meet in the middle. You... Probably because he's riding closer to you. You hear Raymond go, oh my god, would you please just get on with it? What?
You gotta use your inside voice, man.
What?
We are outside.
We are outside.
I know, this is a really tense moment. You don't even yell.
It's...
Would you like to go? Is that what you're asking?
fine.
Oh,
Yeah,
would you-
sure.
Okay, cool. Well, I think we've got it settled then.
Awesome.
I will discreetly hand him the compact, assuming it...
You notice he's not standing on the road as he's going over to... He's got his feet just barely off the road.
Okay. I will hand him the compact, like, openly then, assuming he's not on the road, and say, here you go, and plop it in his hand and give him, like, a knowing, like, you know what you're doing, right? But I'm obviously not saying anything.
You see for the first time, for somebody that you've known for just a few hours, where he seems kind of flippant almost, just to be done with things. He just kind of sits there and smiles real quick at you and winks back at you, turns back to the middle road, and he's waving his hands the entire time, even though he's got the compact like in his hands, but he's never letting his hands rest the entire time that he's talking. Like, he's speaking with his hands. He's going full Italian, if you will. But he says,
Like me.
huh? Or like you. But he's going full Italian here, and he's like, all right, well, I'm here. Come on. And he's like, Kane's like, who are you? I don't recognize you. And he says, and I don't recognize you. What of it?
He's with us. That's all that matters.
Sure, I'm with them. And he kind of does one of those big, like, winks at Billy Kane, and Kane's just kind of confused, and he's like, whatever. And he starts walking towards the center. Those of you with Weird, as Kane gets closer to the center, you see this purple X on the road right underneath his feet in kind of a shimmery outline. And Kane and Raymond are starting to walk towards each other. And you also see a different kind of glimmering glyph right next to it. And they both step within a few feet of each other, and these glyphs ignite. And both of them freeze for a second.
I throw the lasso on Kane.
All right. You throw the lasso on Kane. Let's have you do an act under pressure.
Alright.
I want to help, but I'm too far away.
You're tough.
No.
That's when you manipulate someone. Okay.
Also, I would argue that
That's cool.
Henrietta is the one throwing the rope, not you.
Alright,
Good.
alright,
That's
alright.
good.
That is a solid 8.
8? All right. So I'm going to give you a hard choice here.
Oh, no.
Should have seen that coming.
Of course.
As you throw the rope, never had lasso lessons or anything like that before. You were given the general kind of idea of how to throw this rope by the deputy.
Yeah.
He showed you a couple times on how to throw it. You do a good job, and you actually do manage to, as they both kind of freeze mid, like, handing each other what they have in their hands, you manage to rope Kane's arm. You manage to get the lasso, like, over his shoulder. But at the same time, you get the rope around Raymond's neck.
I really hope you're hardier than you look. I pull the lasso tight, and I spur Little John.
Little John?
Little Jimmy.
So
Little Jimmy.
you start, like, taking off like a bat out of hell on Little John towards town, and the rope you guys can see now winds tight around Raymond's neck, and he kind of makes this kind of and the lasso actually pulls tight, and in this weird pose that they are both in where they're like this.
Mm-hmm.
You manage to pull Kane right into Raymond, but Raymond can't move because of the trap, and Little John just kind of and stops and like starts trying to pull and is like winning like hell. Everybody else starts pulling their guns out.
What?
I'll give you guys a second to react.
What do I do? I pull my gun out. Are we fighting?
Shit.
This is gonna be a good old-fashioned Western shootout.
It's and
Is there anyone
in this-
maintaining concentration on this trap?
Why don't you give me an investigate mystery?
Okay.
How far away is like what's our distance? I guess.
From the others, probably less than 10 feet.
So like, how far away would I be from like those two?
From the two in the, you're closer to them than you are the enemy. So, because they're on the western side of the road, you guys are on the eastern side.
Let's see.
It's rather large crossroads.
I rolled a 7.
Rolled a 7.
So the question I'm gonna ask then is, I think, what is being concealed here?
Yeah, so there is definitely a mage around here concentrating on this hold spell. You've seen Olivia cast a hold spell many times before.
Right.
This is what this is.
Right. Okay.
Can I?
You see now, like, the horse is still trying to pull.
Yeah.
And like, Kane and Raymond are like this right now, and Raymond's like, this is really awkward.
I guess I'm looking for a mage and reaching for my gun.
All right.
Try and ping like the area and see if I can read a mind that is like concentrating on this spell.
Sure. So you reach out with your telepathic abilities, and you get a sense that there is somebody muttering a spell, and you kind of hone in on it for a second, and then all of a sudden you like look up at the tree, and they are kind of concealed within the branches. You don't know where, but you know that they're up there.
So, as soon as I see folks reaching for guns, like, I grab the SMG, start spraying while jumping back onto the behind side of my horse.
Okay.
And I'm just like, while jumping down.
All right. So yeah, I mean, you're spraying in. We'll have you roll me a kick-ass. Choose your target, either a person or a one of the now 3 remaining skinwalkers. Be plus your tough.
Ooh, hey. So that's 10?
10? Yeah, and you also get an extra effect.
Oh, or get 1 for 2. I guess I don't know. Take +1 forward or give +1. So, suffer. I'll suffer less harm?
Okay. Yeah, and we'll kind of call this a surprise round as you guys are a little more used to the chaos that's ensuing than the other band. What is your harm with your SMG?
Oh, yeah. Oh, we haven't used this yet. Oh, by the way, remember, these are silver.
Yep. But what are you aiming at? I guess you also did.
I'm literally just straight, like...
We'll say a couple of the bullets run into one of the targets there, as you get enough time to squeeze off a couple rounds there.
Where is the gun stuff? 2 harm.
2 harm, and it's silvered bullets. Are you aiming at a skinwalker or a just one of the?
I mean, they
regular
are
people?
the bigger, scarier looking things.
They definitely are. And those silver bullets definitely seem to rip into them a little harder. So you, like, as you're spraying some bullets across, you go to the back area. You're on your way to the back of your horse there, kind of using them as cover. You were definitely closer to Raymond than most anybody else was. And as he's, like, frozen there, he's like, "Give it to me!"
Okay. Yeah, I'll pull it out, and then is he, like, how far away? Like, can I easily toss it to him?
As you're moving backwards, you could probably place it in his hand.
Okay. Yeah.
So you pull the Snicker bar out of your pocket. It is no longer a Snicker bar. Has not been for the longest time. It is now this kind of silver into a gold plated, like, twisting dagger. And as soon as Gray puts it in Raymond's hand, Raymond all of a sudden, in this complete darkness of the night, besides the moon, there is this glow about Raymond, and you see this silhouette of wings against the tree trunk. And his eyes glow this white color, and you see now the fear in Kane's eyes as Raymond is smiling, and he says, "Bet you weren't expecting that, were you?" And he, like, shivs Kane right between the ribs, and there's a flash of light in Kane's eyes, and he goes limp, but not dead. And, like, now, Henrietta, you are free. Like, he easily, like, pulls little John backwards now by pulling the rope loose from his neck. And he just kind of throws it over his head, and you start taking off with it.
I have this image in my head of Henrietta not ready to go first to be like, bam!
Yeah. Henrietta, you're like, oh, God!
Just hold on tight.
The rest of you are stuck here. What are you doing now as this posse is still drawing guns? You have not taken an action, and you have not taken an action, so you guys...
I look at Dawn, and I look at...
I mean, this turned into chaos.
I look at Henrietta slowly riding away, and I go, "You want to just get?"
Meanwhile, you literally hear, like, 15 rounds just rip.
I think Dawn would
Correct attack.
throw her hands down and light him up, and then she's going to throw him up, and she's just going to blast. She just casts blast, and then she's going to add fire to it.
All right.
And just kind of do, like, a sweeping, kind of, like, almost how you would, like, I guess my intention is...
Make, like, a firewall almost
exactly,
to, like, obfuscate you guys.
Yeah.
I can't attack things if I can't see what I can do.
So go ahead and roll me some use magic then, since that will be for your...
Ooh, not great.
We got some plus.
Yeah, it's like...
Plus you're weird.
Yeah, I think it's only like... Oh, it might only be a 6. Yeah, it's only a 6.
6. I'm gonna peek at this sheet real quick.
I only have a 2.
Did you add any, though, from levels? Maybe?
Nope.
Oh,
Nope.
okay.
Nope, not yet. I've only leveled up once.
Okay, so I get to choose the effects of the spell.
Perfect.
Oh, dear.
So you're adding fire to this. Instead of just creating a wall between you and this posse, you make a wall around you and everybody else that's in the middle of the
Circle the wagon.
You encircled the wagon around you guys. So you guys are now encircled in flame. Henrietta, you look back and you see this giant emulation of fire. Like, you can hear it even. It goes...
Does it go around the enemy too?
No, it's going around you guys.
Oh.
I mean...
It's better than...
Protective.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Could be worse.
Oh, what the hell?
Yeah, you're still ass and Dort's down. Danica, what are you doing?
I feel like if everybody's using magic, I want to
Right, use the
and I
magic.
feel like that's just the appropriate thing to do. Can I try to summon a monster into the world by pointing to the fire and trying to summon a flame monster?
Roll me use magic.
Jeez.
Definitely an idea.
We're trying to defeat the elementals.
Yeah.
Ooh, 13.
13. God damn, I should have made a
You
rule.
should have.
Wow.
Didn't think 13 would happen this much. All right.
Literally
Next time.
3 times, yeah.
Well, I don't know when the next Friday the 13th will be.
Maybe next
wow.
year sometime.
It'll be a Friday.
That's fair.
It'll be the 13th of a month.
When's the next Friday?
It narrows it
13th?
down, really.
There's only going to be one in 2021.
Oh.
What month?
I don't know. It didn't tell me.
Okay, anyway. So what is your total for your use magic?
13.
Oh yeah, 13. Right. So, I believe it goes off without a hitch, so...
August.
August. Alright. I'll incorporate the rule
So
for
I made
August.
this flame
Oh, great.
monster.
Yes, so... I will say, Dawn, in tandem, almost, with...
Okay, Dawn, we're doing fire. All right,
Yeah. So, in a weird stroke of luck, and almost a dual-mindedness to the two of you, you encircle yourself with fire, but then, like, at the same time, like, the same fire circle, like, goes back in on itself, and this monster made of fire, just comes up from a spout of flame where it's circled back in on itself, and it kind of howls this sound of just like jet fire. It is this sound in the night. Henrietta, you look back and there's this giant like creature now made of fire as you are getting closer to town.
I like point at the enemies that we're fighting and look at my new best friend Flame Monster.
Oh no, you have no control over this creature.
Oh,
You have just summoned it into existence.
I look at it and I point at the monsters and I'm like, those. And then I think about it and I go, we should go because I actually can't control it. And then I like kick my horse into the go, let's get.
Olivia, are you doing anything before taking off? Now that this monster has been summoned into the world.
I figured my action was to find the magic person.
Oh, sure.
So I didn't think I got a turn, but I would.
I'll allow something else.
I mean,
that was just your telepathy, like you're just thinking of something.
I would have told everyone about the magic-y person.
Sure.
And then said, let's get the fuck out of here.
All right.
And I'm gonna. I could maybe try and hamper a little bit of the like fire spell, maybe. Like specifically trying to weaken it. I don't know, because that's one of the glitches. So I don't know if that's something I can do on purpose. But
I'll allow it.
okay. So I will specifically try and like give us like a little doorway to run back towards. Ride back towards.
Well, the monster is now in between you and the others, so it had formed. Yeah, it had formed in between you two. So you guys don't even have to go through the legs. You're on opposite sides of this monster
we
in
can
the
just
middle.
like run back.
Oh.
Yeah. But we're still surrounded by flame, right?
No, the flame had come
Oh.
back in on itself and it had formed the monster because Danica had asked to use the flame that was surrounding you to form this creature, and it took all of the flame.
I keep making monsters.
It is a
We should
large
probably do that more
monster.
often. Like,
Yeah.
We could like.
Yeah. But first, before we do that, I need to learn how to control the monsters I create. Because so far I've created Tire Man and Fireman, and well, Tire Man didn't do anything to us, but it may still be destroying.
Raging in Kalamazoo.
Raging
Right.
in Kalamazoo. And
Is that Michigan?
Yeah.
Oh, they went blue. We can't do that.
I'm just like imagining like
But were they blue in 85?
and Fireman, well, I look back behind us. That town's made out of wood. Lots of wood.
You see him start, like, beating on the tree because, like, the person that was casting the spell, like, shrieked out, and he, like, the fire monster reached into the tree. The tree is now ablaze, and that guy there was one shrill of a scream, and then nothing.
Well,
Got him.
I'm gonna count that towards my kill count.
That's
It's a combo.
Yeah.
We both get half a point.
Okay, so
We should get.
based on I'm gonna run, but as we're running away, I'm gonna try and communicate with it and see if I can, and if I can't, I'm gonna try and cast a spell so I can.
Yeah, I would say that,
Is that your card?
I would say that, yeah, you could go ahead and use magic to try to communicate.
That I don't share a language with.
Yep.
I'm gonna do that and see if I can communicate with
This
it.
would be the best, like, triple spell. You make the fire, I make the monster,
Seven.
and then she tells it to kill our enemies.
10. Yeah, absolutely. So, you are now speaking to the mind of this creature, and you hear it just in your mind saying, "Burn them all!"
Okay, I'm gonna say burn all of the skin men and their associates, but leave the town. Leave the town alone. That's all I'm gonna give it, and then I'm gonna fucking ride away.
So you guys ride off towards the town, and you look back, and Raymond's not there anymore. Completely gone. Do remember, though, that you look back and you see that there's nothing in his hands or anything like that. He's just, like, clunking against the road. So, yeah, there is no Raymond. And the fire monster, as you guys look back, is, like, beating the ground and, like, kicking these skinwalkers to ashes. Like, you literally see, like, this fire monster, like, kick his foot, and, like, there's just a... and then just ashes.
Oh, shit.
You know what? So far, I'm 2 for 0 on.
And it just
monster
begins
summons.
to chase these guys as they get on their horses and start riding away. It literally, like, boom, boom, boom.
Oh, Fireman's my favorite. There'll be tales of the fireman who
The marshal meets you in town. As soon as you stop with the rope, he immediately ties up Kane, and he says, well, didn't think we'd see you in town, Kane. And Kane just kind of, and he, like, takes the butt of his gun and just goes, mack! Right on his, you hear a crack of gun butt against skull. And he's like, oh boy, that felt good.
So, like, a lot of stuff went down, but, like, after I, like, dropped to the side of the horse and gave him that thing, like, because I was right next to him, did I see where Raymond may have gone?
Vanished.
He just...
With a fluttering of wings, you look back on the other side of the horse, and there's no one there.
and the crystal is not anywhere on the ground. Like, you didn't see the crystal. Okay, perfect. He stole it. That's okay. We could rule this place with our fireman.
We need to name him.
So, eventually your friends catch up, and you see the fire monster running off in the distance. Seems not to be going into town, so that's good. You guys all gallop into town and dismount, and a couple of the deputies take your horses into the stables. And by this time, the marshal has already started to now transfer the rope to Kane's neck and invites everybody out for a good old-fashioned hanging.
Oh.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
The gallows have already been set up in your absence, and the rope has been drawn. Marshal leads him up and says, "For your crimes against hell," and he like kicks him off the stage, and he just sits there and like strangles for a bit. His neck does not break, obviously. He loses consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
Comes back to consciousness, struggles a little more. This goes on and off for a while. And
I've never watched anyone slowly die, and I am torn and troubled by the fact that I'm not disturbed by this.
After a couple moments, I just pistol, bam, right in his face.
And you manage to catch him in the eye that he has the patch over, and it's almost like a whistling sound as it takes the patch through his skull, and you see that at some point in his life, and probably the cause of his death, was probably a bullet to his skull in that eye.
All right.
And Marshall goes, I guess that's been enough.
I'm sorry, the suspense was killing me.
Fair enough. He comes down off the gallows and he finally...
The suspension was killing him.
He pulls the gold mirror from out of his pocket. He says, all right, now it's time for you to be judged. Shines a mirror on him. There's this odd light that comes through, and not just one, but a whole cacophony of shadow creatures bubbles up underneath him, and they start clawing and pulling him down, pulling against the rope from the gallows itself, and eventually they snap the rope and drag him kicking and screaming to hell.
Well, that's one
applaud
problem.
after that, or can I applaud? Is that weird?
Go ahead, Missy. He was a piece of shit anyway.
Yeah, he
That was
was.
very interesting. That if I would have seen that in a movie theater, it would have terrified me.
But you saw it in real life, so it should be more terrifying.
I will have nightmares, yes.
Well, first round of drinks on me.
We don't have time.
Yeah. How long do we have left?
You look at your watch, Gray, and you have less than an hour.
Less than an hour from the alarm I set for 7?
Well, less than an hour to get back. Your alarm just sounds now.
Okay.
First question, do we want to keep going? Because I have some stuff we could do, but do we want to put a pin in it and leave it on a cliffhanger? Because it's after 2.
I will tell you, we only have a couple minutes left to get to where I had envisioned the end to be.
Okay. Well, I mean, I will try and tune into
Just
him
do your stuff.
Who are you tuning into? The Marshal?
No, Raymond. To see if I can find out where he is.
Oh, okay.
Because that's one of the things I can do.
Sure.
Assuming I can tune into him. Okay, that's 5 plus 3, so 8. So I get a hold 1.
All right.
So I'm gonna ask, where is this creature right now?
He's in the saloon.
Oh, okay. I will say, let's get to the fucking saloon right now.
God, she's turned into an alcoholic.
She's been through a lot.
You know,
Yeah,
but like, she turned into an alcoholic instead of just having some sex while she was here.
Please do not talk about my little girl
You
that
could have
way.
done both, really. I mean, both is fun.
Why do we need to go to the saloon?
Raymond's there.
Let's get to the fucking saloon.
Yeah, hell yeah.
That's fair enough, yeah.
So you guys go to the saloon, and Raymond is there, and he has in front of him this similar to the leather that you had splayed out before you. He has one as he's sitting at one of the tables. Everybody comes in, Marshall buys drinks. Everybody's in a pretty jovial mood. I mean, Kane is gone, he's dead, so yeah, everybody's
and the rest
feeling
of
pretty
his
good.
posse is at least being tortured by firemen.
Yeah. So they kind of go up to the bar, but you, I'm assuming, go up to Raymond, and he says, "Oh man, you guys did a good job out there, except for the whole round the neck thing. It's kind of hurtful."
I did the best I could. I I never worked in a rodeo, thank you very much.
Fair enough. You now look, and in front of him, not only does he just has the crystal kind of off to a side, but it seems like he is working on some kind of metallic and crystalline device in front of him. You know, you all really don't think things through, do you?
Nope.
That's definitely not our strong suit.
How are you planning on getting her back to Earth as a dead person?
I was given one goal.
Enough questions when we left Earth, honestly. So I thought maybe we could just put her in a jar.
I do like jars. Especially when they're a jar.
You see him just kind of like... You were gonna shove a soul in a jar.
Well, that's the best I could come up with on short notice.
Well, is it really the craziest thing you've heard of?
Not the craziest. It's not even close to the craziest. It's really dumb. Because it wouldn't work.
Well, it wouldn't work, but at least it's an idea. None of these fuckers had an idea.
Well, don't you have my body still? Or
Yeah, but we didn't bring it with us.
Can't I just go back to my body?
You can go back to your body, but you need to cross the barrier from limbo.
Oh.
If you cross it just as a soul, every angel, demon, and reaper would be after you to take you to the next afterlife.
Oh, okay. So they needed to bring my body with them? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh.
That would have been weird. Two of you in limbo body?
Well, smarty pants, what are we supposed to do?
Well, this device that I have in front of me is soul storage device. It's good for one run because they don't have the real parts that I need here in Limbo, but I think this is going to work for it. And it's my thanks for helping me get out here.
Well, we thank you very much. One run is all we need.
Fair enough. Give me just a couple minutes and I should have this finished up.
Sorry, did he just say that putting your soul in a jar was a bad idea and then say to put it in a jar?
You put it in a crystal thing, but sure.
His jar is a fancier magic jar. My jar was just the one that Mama always used to pickle things in.
Yeah.
I do like pickles.
We could have turned Olivia into a soul pickle.
I can dip it in the pickle barrel if you really want me to.
Soul Pickle's my band.
Alright. So there's a few modifications, and then you see him take his hands and kind of not completely cover the crystal, but he kind of closes his eyes a little bit, and there's this glow of white light from beneath his hands. And he says, I think we're ready. Ready as we'll ever be anyway.
I feel like we've learned an important lesson here today.
Knife back?
That wasn't my knife.
The Snickers bar? What? Did you...
Snickers bar.
What?
Snickers bar?
Yeah.
Like the candy bar?
Yes.
Where did... I'm not even gonna ask. There can only be one asshole.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Did you get the Snickers bar when we were at Myers?
No. When we were at the hotel.
I didn't see a vending machine.
No.
Mini fridge.
Oh, that's
It was
right.
given to me by our Loki friend who gave y'all the dreams.
I thought it was a ghost that gave us the dreams.
You know what? Some things are just better not explaining.
What? You didn't tell us that Loki was giving us dreams?
So, Loki. Like the old, what was it, Norse gods?
That's what he called himself.
Bullshit. What?
And I appreciate the help and all.
I'm sure
But
it was
who
just
are
some other
you?
monster.
Like, really?
Oh, hi, my name is Raziel.
Raziel.
I can see how you get Raymond out of that.
That sounds very biblical.
Very.
He had wings. Didn't you see the wings?
I was busy.
Oh, he had wings.
All
He
right.
glowed a bit.
So, okay.
I really am desensitized at this point because you guys told me about demons. I saw a unicorn today.
Yeah.
He had wings. You know.
So, what are
We
you?
fought
Like
couple
a
succubus the other
angel or something?
Or something.
Angels are myths.
He literally just said or something.
Did
Day.
you not
Maybe
see
he's
his wings?
maybe he's a fairy. Are you a fairy?
Some people may call me that.
We're not gonna get a straight answer out of this guy.
Yeah, this is fair.
Hey.
But he says, all in due time, the folk around here might get a little weirded out by that. So, why don't we, and he grabs your pocket watch, clicks it open, and is like, we don't have time for this here.
Yeah, we can talk when we get back home.
I thought you were working on the thing.
I'm done. I was just waiting for you all to quit
You
talking
could've
about this
said
Loki.
that. Let's go.
Do I need to touch this crystal or something? Or how does this work?
Yeah, sure. And he, clicks his fingers, and you now see the form of Olivia turn into this, glowing bluish white orb. And, he holds the crystal up. The orb floats in, and he hands the crystal. He, does this with the crystal, and he's like, okay, you. And puts the crystal in his pocket, and he says, let's get the hell out of here.
I like that
Yes.
idea.
Great.
So, let's learn.
Let's kumbaya this, but not
Get the
here.
hell out of here.
Okay.
Get the earth out of here.
Yeah.
All right. Come on.
So you
Out
guys
on the porch.
step outside. The swinging doors hit you in the butt on the way out, and you all hold hands and place the crystal in between you. It starts to float as Raziel now holds the crystal containing Olivia's soul beneath it, and it kind of floats there by itself. And with another flash of light, you are taken back to the sweat lodge. Everybody kind of gasps as you now appear. The crystal, now floating down towards Olivia, sinks into the hole, into the chest, and Raziel goes, this is the part I can do here, and holds his hands over Olivia's wound, and there's this glowing soft white light. And yeah, in this tent, it is now pitch black besides the fire. For the first time now, you see as the shadowy wings appear on the tent behind as this glow emanates from Raziel. His eyes glow this white kind of gold color. And with a... You now awake, Olivia, in the real world. Your wound now healed.
That feels weird.
Oh, speaking of...
Oh, yes. Let me get that. And he places his hand over your chest, and you no longer have any harm.
Oh, good.
Well, it feels good to be back.
Yeah, it does.
It feels weird to be back. Does he look the exact same as he did in Limbo?
He does.
So you didn't need a body.
Used to say I didn't get one. It's not that slow of a journey to the nearest hospital.
Interesting. What did I miss?
Well,
You're going to want to ask her about that.
and it's been a busy couple of days.
It's been 3 days since we saw you last.
Flashbacks.
Although
It has been 3 days
I spent,
since you fell out of the
although
airplane.
those 3 days went by nearly in the blink of an eye for us.
Yep.
Minus the whole succubi part.
At least it wasn't 3 months.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? That's fair. Also, what's with all the threes?
The mighty threes.
Raziel says, well, again, I thank you all. I'm gonna go see what this time has to offer for me.
Have fun. Don't do too many drugs. Just the right amount.
It won't affect me anyway.
Oh, well, that's no fun.
I've got better things to have fun with.
No. Enjoy the sex. He was excited about it earlier when we were in the weird place.
He did mention that.
I'll reach out to him telepathically and say, thank you for everything. Like, genuinely, thank you for everything.
No problem. Stay on the path. And he disappears with a fluttering of wings. And seems like everything's going good. You're a little unsteady on your feet. I mean, after being dead for a full day.
You're gonna need to do some like muscle
Stretching.
movements.
Yeah, you got a little bit of rigor mortis setting in.
my foot is just like club foot. Like,
Yep.
Like it just doesn't.
Everything cracks when you do this. But the elder comes up to you and kind of feels your brow, and this is the first time you're seeing this man. He's an older Native American male dressed to the nines in paint and feathers. And he goes, "It is good that you're back among the land of the living."
Yes, it's great to be back. Limbo was weird.
Better than the alternatives.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to imagine how hard it would have been to drag you out of like the up or the down.
I would hope I go to the up. But let's be faced, I'd probably go to the down.
I mean,
I feel like that's a in
Dawn,
the eyes of the beholder.
you
story.
feel like you're being watched
Cool. That's awesome.
in this tent, or maybe by a presence nearby, and you almost feel it calling you to step outside the tent.
Can I like concentrate and like investigate what I'm feeling, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Probably not.
Is that a sharp?
That's
If you're investigating mystery,
yeah. Sharp. It'll be a 7.
7. This voice is familiar to you. It's definitely not. It's not malign by any means. Not malicious.
Okay.
Almost warm and caring. Almost familiar, but not quite.
And it sounds like it's like the feeling is step outside.
Mm-hmm.
I'll go outside.
So you step outside, the cool air kind of hitting you from this very sweaty tent. Feels good, and you kind of look around for this voice, and you see from beyond the circle of smaller tents, there is a woman there, and she's pale skin. She has very beautiful, long, blonde hair, and her eyes kind of glow have this kind of golden glow to them, and she kind of beckons you to come and speak with her.
Okay. I'll walk up to her.
"Oh, my child. It's been a while since I've spoken to you. I apologize and ask for your forgiveness for speaking through your mother at the hospital. But I've always been watching you. My name is Antiope.
Oh.
And I am an elemental. I know you must have many questions. Why don't we take a walk, and I will try to answer them for you."
Okay. I'll go with her.
Okay. So you guys kind of walk away. You feel no malicious intent from her.
Cool.
Back in the tent, however. The elder confers with you, Henrietta, and says, I'm glad that you're all able to be together now and take this journey forward. I have this for you, and he hands you a map, and the map circled is the locations of the seals. And he says, if the 5 of you stick together, there's nothing that you can't accomplish, just trust in each other.
Thank you. I gotta admit, when this all started, I thought this was just a bunch of hocus pocus. I'm glad I was wrong.
Well, we must always face the facts that there are other things in this world that we can't quite comprehend.
Yeah. Well, we should probably get some rest. Gonna have a lot of travel ahead of us.
There is one other thing that you should investigate while you are nearby. My child, I think you have a location that you need to be.
Yeah. Hey, how far away from here is, what's it called? Pipestone? Is that what it's called?
And it's in Minnesota.
Wait, is that the right? No.
Keystone.
Oh, wait. I look at my notes. No, it's,
Yeah.
Keystone.
Oh, Keystone.
That's it. That's the one.
I mean, we can make a jaunt there. What's there?
Not there.
It's just something important I think would be useful for us.
I'm gonna read your mind.
So you
You hear me say, I don't want Gray to know I have a valuable artifact. Potential valuable artifact.
Okay, and I'll think back to you. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
Those girls gotta stick together.
Uh-huh.
I wink at you.
So, you guys kind of have this moment, and the elder says, Henrietta, I think it's time for you to start learning the ways of Dreamwalk. But unfortunately, you must do it without me. He hands you, he kind of puts to the side his staff, and he hands it over to you. Smiling while he does so.
I smile back and take it.
As you reach out to take it, you see this, like, red glow starting to appear in his chest. And it turns into this, like, bubbling, and all of a sudden it turns into this, like, molten liquid as it starts to stream from his chest.
I very loudly, like, yelp.
And
Surprise.
you see now from behind him, the bonfire that was in the middle of this sweat lodge now erupts, and a figure stands there, bronze skin and fiery red hair and eyes, and he has his fist through the elder, and he says, "Flee, mortals. Flee."
That sounds like a really good idea.
The entire time, the elder is smiling. He's not giving any indication of pain, and he just smiles at you, Henrietta, and he says,
I
erupts in immolation.
I snatch the staff and I hightail out of there, grabbing Olivia by the collar and yanking her along.
Are we in there too? I run so fast.
You just hear him, and he says, "Yes, flee from Lycurgus."
Lycurgus. Lycurgus. I spelled that really wrong, but it's okay. Nobody reads my notes. Just me.
And that is where we will end tonight.
What?
What the fuck?
What? Oh, you should clap your hands. Do we clap at the end? I don't remember. I'm in a panic.
No, we do.
Okay.